Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. As we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for the space as being a welcoming, all-inclusive environment open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, orientation, ethnicity, belief system, etc. I have a stack of books next to me and they almost just toppled all over the ground. Fortunately, I've been raised with cats around me my life, so some of their cat-like reflexes have rubbed off on me, I guess. Welcome, Aquarius lady. I'm in a very nice part of my mother's garden today, as I always am. Hello, Collie. Welcome. Hello, Hairspray Betty. Happy Wednesday. Hello, Bola. I don't know why, but all of your comments are doubled today on my end. So Aquarius lady said, beautiful view, beautiful view. Kuli says, hello, hello. Hairspray Betty says, hey there, hey there. And Bola says, hi, hi. Well, I'm happy to have double the amount of greetings from you today, I guess. But it appears to be a glitch. Anyway, it doesn't really matter so much. But welcome. You all are very early. And I hope that you are doing okay in this moment. I hope that this moment can be a breath of fresh air for you. I trust that regardless of what's going on in your life, there's the possibility to check in with ourselves. The ability to introspect and make some adjustments to our mood. How do we want to feel right now? How can we let some things go and accept that everything's going to be okay? Hello, Sue. Welcome. Now, I do have a question of the day for you all. You all are very early. I guess we can start it while other guests are coming in. Oh, did I forget to set the intention? I did. I'd like to set the intention of this being a space for us to come together as fellow students of life, to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiment. There we go. Hello, Angela. Hello, Ali. Hello, Jacqueline. Today, my question of the day for you is, what is an affirmation for when you are afraid? And you can imagine comforting someone else or even yourself. Whenever there is fear, what's a good affirmation to counteract that fear? Nice to see you, Nasty Nash. And hello, Mihai. Thank you for your heart, me. Radhe, Radhe. And hello, Magdalene. And thank you, VK Francis, for your rose too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Theodora, you share, you are alive and you are well. I like that. Or in the first person, I am alive and I am well. Ollie, you share the affirmation, I am exactly where I am meant to be. I am here to learn something important. Welcome, Anna. Hare Krishna. Aquarius lady, you share that to fear is to give power to, and you choose to cut that cord and go on your way. I love that. You are very right. And hello, and thank you, Dob Darker, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. So you share that this has been helping you. All is well in this moment. I am safe. I like that. You ran out of characters, Ollie. or I'll just read the whole thing. I am exactly where I am meant to be. I am here to learn something important that will serve me and others in the rest of my life. I love that. And it cut off at a point where it would make an affirmation just by itself, but that's a great addition. Hello, Anizek. I love these affirmations. My mother has one, which is very simple. In this moment, I am okay. In this moment, I am okay. Sometimes our sense of okayness can be threatened by expanding our sense of time to include something that happened before or something that may happen after. And then with that greater sense of time, we can be uncertain. But in this moment, I am okay. That's a nice one. Well, if anyone else has any more, I would be honored to echo them. Hello, Eric. Hello, Jill. Kaylee, you share. God is bigger and I belong to Him. I love that, taking refuge in something greater than yourself, having faith, trust. Magdalene, you share. You often remind yourself to be and breathe with no expectations. It helps ground you. I love that a lot. To be and breathe with no expectations. That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. And Jill, you are with Simon Aladdin today. Oh, of course. The pupster, the one and only. I love that. Welcome back, Jill and Simon Aladdin. Hello, Leo. You ask, how am I so relaxing to watch? I sound like a gentle breeze. Oh, that's a beautiful thing to say. Have I reached the peak peace of life? Oh, never. Although this moment is the peak of life, it is constantly getting more and more peaceful, if you let it, of course. Hello, Holly. It's 2 a.m. in Dublin at the moment. Well, I can't quite say top of the morning to you because it's not quite the top of the morning yet. It's practically the bottom of the morning, isn't it? Plenty ways to go. I have a deep appreciation for the Irish since it makes up most of my ancestry. And thank you, Gio, for your tiny. Yippee! And what a classic, Teddy. This too shall pass. This too shall pass. I'm repeating everything twice today because for some reason on my end, my comments come doubled today. It repeats your message twice for me, which is nice. I feel like there's twice as many people here with half as much expectation. And thank you, Aphrodita. I love your name, Aphrodita Mystica. Thank you for your friendship necklace and your balloons. And a cake. Hare Krishna. Oi Ro. And hello, Hali. Always watching from Ireland. Well, that makes me happy. And thank you, brilliant genius, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And Aphrodita, thank you for your popcorn too. Dum Durgaye Namaha. And thank you for your cloud bread also. And thank you, Jacqueline, for your tiny. Yippee! Oh, is there a bug on my face? I feel a bug on my face. Oh, it's a cute little bug that was there yesterday. Oh, there's many bugs in me. There must be a lot of bugs in the tree above me. Lots of bugs on me. That's okay. I like bugs. Kweli, you have the affirmation. It's perfectly okay to be afraid. Just witness it with compassion. That's very profound. Witness with compassion. And if that compels you into action, so be it. Thank you, Sue, for your fire. Hare Rama. And Jacqueline, thank you for your finger heart too. There's one for you as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hairspray Betty, you share. Simple affirmation. It's okay. No. Yes, we can pause our question of the day for now. So thank you for entertaining me and sharing with everyone some affirmations that maybe we can take home with us. We can leave one, take one. And I like that a lot, Biggie Cheese. I am strong. I am strong. Steve, you're wondering, can I explain resilience? Well, of course, as a word, it refers to the ability to persist. That no matter what you go through, you will be able to survive. It might come with this idea that you have to be strong to be resilient. But resilience can also come from surrender. It may come from understanding that what's happening is out of our control. And although we may be doing our best to manage what is in our control, there are many factors that ultimately we do not get to decide. Just having trust that regardless of those factors, us doing what we can is enough. And we believe there is a way forward no matter what. Thinking like this, one can be very resilient. It is late, share strung by Stacy, for you anyway. Oh, I'm sure it's late for many people as I'm on the very west coast of Canada. The sun has set already in many other places. And I love that affirmation, brilliant genius. I can get spookier than anything I'm afraid of. I like that. And Ollie, you shared that the time difference is against you today from Eastern France. But you have a question when I have the time. Of course. Ollie, you share that your partner is American and is very anxious about the future of the country. How do you comfort her? I think it's wonderful that your concern for your partner is how to comfort her. I think any way which you continue to comfort her proves to her that she will be okay. It can be scary in many places around the world right now. There is a lot of politics and drama that goes on in the United States, and of course, being in Canada, we get shock waves from that too, come over the border from time to time. I'm aware of that. I believe that love can conquer anything. And if you continue to be there for her and listen and understand, then what's there to stop her? When she has someone as lovely as you even on the other side of the world. You can remind her that as long as she is doing her best to help for the peace of her community, then that is all the peace she needs to feel peaceful herself. We can wait for our nation, for our world to become peaceful. But can we really wait for our heart to become peaceful? Peace starts from inside our heart, and then it expands from there. In fact, a really peaceful person can make their whole community peaceful, and a really peaceful community can make the whole city peaceful, and a really peaceful city can make a whole state peaceful, and a really peaceful state can make the whole country peaceful, and a really peaceful country can make the whole world peaceful. But it all starts from her own heart. Help her detach from what's going on around her and take refuge in the inner peace allotted for her. And thank you, Anizek, for your pair of roses you sent just a few minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. Harsi, thank you for your flowers. Hello, Beanie Rebecca. And thank you, Harsi, for your flowers. Brilliant Genius, you love the background, and the sun through the trees is so nice. I'm happy you like that. I have a secret to tell you. Actually, the sun through the trees was a little too bright. So I took a yellow umbrella and I hung it up in the tree. So you're looking at the umbrella's light filtering the sun. That way it doesn't completely wash out everything you see here. Good night, dear Ollie. May you have a beautiful sleep. May you rest in peace, and may you wake up in peace. And may that peace infect the heart of your beloved in America also. And thank you, Slim Shady, for your cloud bread. Om Sum Saryaya Namaha. Now, I like to start my lives with a short reading. So I'd love to read from a short section of this book with you all. There's only 30 pages left in this book, so any day now will be finished. That's how much we have left to read. See that? It's nothing compared to all that. All right. We are nearing the end of the 5th chapter. At ease. At ease, gentlemen. No, a deeper kind of ease, which Pramukh Swami felt, this great international spiritual teacher, as well as being in love with everything. He's a very kind man. Swamishri was able to laugh, genuinely engage, and even discipline with a sense of ease. It truly was Sahajanand, organic bliss. It just flowed, and this ease was not only attractive and comforting to those around him, but also set an example of how one can live without feeling weighed down by the burden. He did it for others. His playful and flavorful spirituality was relatable and real, thereby bringing spirituality to people. His diverse interactions made bhakti, loving devotion, and seva, selfless service, relevant to millions. Bhagwan Swaminarayan instructs his bhaktas, his devotees, that memorable interactions with God and Guru keep them close to one's heart and mind, especially towards the end of one's life, and is the surest way to secure moksha. Moksha is the Sanskrit term for the ultimate spiritual, transcendental liberation. A nice word that is. Swamishri's laughter, humor, and engagement was an important spiritual tool for the ultimate journey. These memories function as a bridge between bhakta, devotee, and God, between this world and the next. Swamishri's ability to explore, indulge, and jest was his articulation of spiritual companionship. To walk with others on the spiritual path and at once seem just like them. Human. He did it for others to feel and remember. Once, as a young boy strolled to the front of the line for Swamishri's darshan, he stared at Swamishri's face for 2 minutes. He could not hold back his request any longer. "Swamishri, I love it when you smile. Will you smile for me?" Swamishri did not have to think about it. He flashed an innocent smile and said, "Only if you promise to keep smiling for me." Will you smile for me? I will be happy to know that you are always smiling. Don't ever stop. Don't ever forget that I am smiling for you. He was living Bhagwan Swaminarayan's lesson to his disciples that God and Guru, spiritual source and teacher, engage in multiple ways with bhaktas to bring them happiness, to create memories that provide ultimate bliss. Swamishri Sahajanand delivered bhakti and seva to people in their everyday routines in memorable ways. I love you too, premonitions. I'm happy that you love my sock mental issues. Here, this section of this chapter is called Moving On with Ease. We'll just start the paragraph. The essence of the spiritual journey is the balance of nothing and everything, to desire nothing and to have everything, to be nothing and to appreciate everything, to do everything and to depend on nothing. The true meaning of balance is to break down this dichotomy of nothing and everything, or of mine and yours. Nothing is everything, and everything is nothing. Mine is yours, and yours is mine. It is a spiritual state of being, where action and inaction become one. Sound confusing? It is, but only because it challenges the way in which we see the world. It blurs boundaries and questions categories. When activity becomes bhakti and seva, loving devotion and selfless service, when mine or yours becomes his, and thereby ours, nothing burdens one's mind with attachment, ego, hierarchy, and stress. Swamishri did not work, he served. Bhakti and seva were his only tasks. The distinction between work and bhakti is not in the activity itself, but in the thought that inspires and guides the activity. In bhakti and seva, one does not expect reward or recognition, nor does one retire or step back. It is a lifelong journey to serve the divine within all of creation, with zero expectations and attachment. Swamishri was not worried about growing a community of followers, building a national non-profit organization, or how people saw or remembered him. Bhakti and Seva were his only concerns. Hello, Theodore. And that is very interesting, isn't it? User 959. We can talk about that later. Swamishri was easygoing and detached, but this did not take away from his passion and commitment to effect change and contribute to society. His ease was not defined by complacency, but rather contentment. He gave every project his all, but he never expected returns. There is a fine distinction between what it means to move on versus what it means to walk away. Swamishri moved on, but he never walked away. He was able to let go, but he never gave up. He was always eager to serve. It is this selfless dedication that put Swamishri at ease. Let's pause our reading of In Love at Ease there for now. And I gotta be careful, there's a bug on each page. I gotta take them off so that I don't squish them. There are no bugs. Okay, good. Now we can return to our Sangha. And hello, Don Norton. And hello, Hanh. Thank you for sharing your 1, 2, 3, 4 roses with me as we read. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Hello, Steve. And Shakira, thank you for your heart me. Hello, Dale York. And hello, Garrett. Good evening, fun to watch. Hello, Chloe Evans. And hello, Aurora. I think you all came in while we read. And if there's any aspect of our reading that spoke to your heart, I'd love to talk about that. Nothing and everything. These are powerful concepts. You might be interesting to know that grammatically they're pronouns. That they substitute a noun, just like instead of calling me by my name, you can call me by a personal pronoun. But there are other kinds of pronouns, like question words like what, where, how, when, who, but nothing and everything. They also substitute concepts. Nothing and everything are intimately linked. They are complements of each other. After all, it is from nothing that everything has arisen. And it is within everything that you will find nothing. Being at the heart of it all. Hello, Clean Cheats. Chloe Evans, you share that you're a little on edge this evening. Oh, don't fall off. If there's any part of how you're feeling that you want to talk about, I would be glad to. Happy to be here for you. Hello, dear Maria. You ask, how can I make them honest with me when all they see in me is wrong in your honesty? We can't make anyone do or be anything, but we can help them by showing them that it's okay to be vulnerable. Traits like honesty, they make us very transparent, open, and vulnerable. They may even project that onto you for the ways in which you are, because they don't know how to be as vulnerable as you. You can teach them through your actions that it's okay to be vulnerable, and that you would rather hear the honest truth, even if it's uncomfortable, than a lie. Genuinely and sincerely have them understand that it's okay to tell the truth, even if that truth is uncomfortable, because dishonesty drives relationships more apart than honest truths. I can hear an ice cream truck driving around. I don't know if my microphone is sensitive enough to pick it up. Oh, the sounds of childhood. Thank you, user 959, for your pair of roses. Jai Sajjitanandam. Shalom, King Mikey. Dawn, you shared that you've had a lot of pain with this weather. Hang in there, sister. Aw. Thank you for sharing that to Chloe. Chloe, you share that you're having trouble sleeping. That's common. You're not alone in that. Always, Maria. Now, Hanan, you are wondering what my favorite food is. What my favorite food is... oh, whatever my mom makes for me. That's always my favorite. Mother-made food, that's the best. Wherever my senses take me, I try to make the object of my experience my favorite in that moment. That way, I am never comparing this moment to another. Whatever I am eating, it is the best thing in the universe to eat. What color I'm looking at is the most amazing color. The person I'm with is the most beautiful person. In each moment, whatever I see, whatever I hear, whatever I taste, smell, touch, that is my favorite. And it is always changing. Good night, dear Chloe. Garrett, you were wondering, what do I think about the concept of everyone being a reflection of each other? Ah, no mere concept. It is a perspective. And the power of this perspective is that within others, we get to see what's possible within us. And anything that we have to work on, we also see within them. Just as we were talking about earlier, that if we are afraid to be honest because it makes us vulnerable, then we may judge others for being honest because we do not wish to come to accountability for our own vulnerability or lack thereof. Thus, it is within others that we may get an impression of what we have to work on too. But it's not only the negatives, it's the positives too. Likewise, if any of you find anything positive here, I hope to remind you that it's not because I'm special, but because you are. Any good that you find in these words, the goodness is within you. Perhaps I may have put them to some words, some vocabulary, but it is within your experience that the goodness is appreciated. Therefore, it is a part of you. Did you hear the ice cream truck, Aurora? Thank you, Levi, for your cake. And thank you for your rose. Hare Krishna. And Kilando, thank you for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Have I been dreaming recently? I've been doing a lot of dreaming recently. I'm not sure if there were any profound or memorable dreams, but I do be dreaming. Avortis, you ask, what is reality outside of the limitation of our neural network? Interestingly, the spiritual perspective is like the scientific perspective, but turned inside out. In science, the predominant view is that the objective world is the ultimate reality. And from that objective world has come an assortment of molecules that bind together to form organisms, and from these organisms, various sensitivities to their environments arise. These are our senses. From our senses convene the mind. From our mind, our sense of self, and the experience of consciousness. It's the scientific perspective. The spiritual perspective, we take the exact same hierarchy, but we flip it inside out. Instead of saying that objective reality is the ultimate, we say that subjective reality is the ultimate. What does that mean? That first there comes consciousness. Consciousness has no predecessor. It does not arise from anything else. It is what was there before everything. And then from consciousness arose a sense of self. From this sense of self, we find the mind. From the mind outpours the senses. From the senses you find the body and then the world. Same setup, but from a different perspective. So, actually, the world is a limited experience of consciousness, rather than consciousness being a limited experience of the world. So, you are that which is beyond your neurology. You are that which is beyond your experience of the world. It's fascinating, isn't it? And there are methodologies in which we can directly see this for ourselves. Thank you, The Soul's Journey, for your heart me, your balloons, finger heart, and a trio of ice cream cones. Oh good, you caught the ice cream truck. Well, thank you for getting some for me too. Jai Swaminarayan. Minette. I like your name. Minette. I feel like I have to pronounce it in a high-pitched voice. Because et is the French suffix, which means small. And I don't know what the root here is, min. But even min reminds me of minimum or mini. So you're like a super small being, in your username at least. Minette. You're wondering, how many years have I been in my mortal form? 0. But this mortal form has been in me for 22 years. And I love this question, Asayake. Oh, I thought there was another word in the sentence. It's still a great question. You asked, do you let yourself express negative emotions? I thought the question was, how do you let yourself express negative emotions? I think that answer is, or that question is going to lead to very fruitful answers. Yes, we should express negative emotions, but we should do so in a healthy way. How? Talking to someone is very useful. And if you have no one to talk to, you can talk to a tree, you can talk to a flower, you can talk to the stars, you can talk to the moon, you can even talk to me. My direct messages are always open on other platforms. Sometimes we might express our emotions through art. Human language is very diverse. Sometimes we require another language like music or dance. Negative emotions can inspire creativity, absolutely. And they make for very beautiful seeds. They blossom into wonderful things. So no more banging your head on the tiles in the shower, asks Denise. No more banging your head anywhere. Instead, you may buy yourself a drum kit. Bang some drumsticks on some drums. Or maybe get some pots and pans and a wooden spoon. You're welcome to bang all you want. No, wait. That has other connotations. But the tactile aspect of hitting something against something else is actually very relieving, as long as we are not causing harm in the process. You know, it's nice to, I don't know, take a rock, huck it into the dirt, or a nice stick and just throw it into water, get a nice splash. Jump up and down, feel your feet hit the ground. That's why they have rage rooms. It's very true, Sav. Thank you, Mahina, for your rose a few moments ago. Jai Sitaram. And John, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! Kims, you ask, what do you do if one of your family members is a big phony? And you find it difficult to be with them? The context greatly depends, or depends greatly on the context. Sometimes we have no choice but to be with some people for certain parts of our life. Other times we do, and there's no rule that says you're not allowed to set boundaries with family members. You absolutely can confide in other people the same way that society might expect you to confide in a family member. Same love, just found in different ways. Speak up. Raise that voice. Be heard. Let your emotions be understood. Communicating honestly. We can call them out on their behavior, but not in a way that judges them, in a way that hopefully guides their awareness. And if they decide to make a difference, that's their business. We can't expect them or force them to change. All we can do is express ourselves. And when we are unable to have a kind of physical distance, at least we can create a kind of emotional distance where we set some energetic boundaries up, so to speak, where their words don't touch your heart. You hear them, but you don't take on their pain. That's for them. Being vulnerable is a wonderful thing. We have to cultivate an environment where it's safe to feel vulnerable, and in the presence of people that don't provide you the sanctuary to be vulnerable, then setting up these energetic barriers or boundaries is the most helpful. It's really relatable, Kims. You're not alone. Hello, Stormy Ariel. Hello, Hate Tonight. I love that you ask everyone, what's up? Please answer Hate Tonight, everyone. They are wondering. And they share hugs and kisses. And thank you, Gina, for your community fest. Hari Om Tat Sat. And John F., thank you for your heart mito. Aurora, you shared that you always watch my past lives on YouTube, but find you always have questions for me that you can't ask. Well, you always can ask. If you feel like I am going to judge, it's not true. I am not here to judge you for any way that you have been or are. If you feel like it's too sensitive of a topic to share in front of others, then I completely understand. Otherwise, you're welcome to message me privately. Hello, Deanna. Thank you, Dirand, for your rose. Nice to have you here again. Om Shri Hanumate Namaha. Rio, you ask, how to deal with people with big but very fragile egos? Sometimes animals make themselves feeling very big in order to scare away possible dangers. There are many birds that do this, that they, all their feathers come up, suddenly they occupy a much bigger form in the visual field. And that's what they teach us to do when there's a bear. Group together with some of your friends, make yourself really big and loud. I think we can do this with our egos sometimes. And if we're around someone who's done this for a while, maybe we can remind them that there's no danger. That it's okay to be yourself. They've constructed a big mask. and they're afraid to come out. Remind them that it's okay, that we already can see past their facade, and we love what's behind there. We want to see what's behind that mask. We are uncomfortable by the mask, and we want to connect with you as you are. However, in order for them to truly hear you, they have to, in their own time, take off their mask. That's something that's usually done in private first. And so we can wish them well, that in their own time they can work on themselves. That's their business. Our business is to work on ourselves. When we fault find within others, it dirties our own mind. It's best for us to accept people as they are and become full of loving kindness ourselves. And maybe, by being a good role model, by continuing to be humble and looking for faults within ourselves, then we serve as a guiding light for those around us. Hello, Marcy. Welcome. Now you're wanting me to guess what you got at the thrift store today. Is it clarinet, so you could finally finish your Squidward cosplay? Hello, Marl. And thank you, Savannah, dear, for your 3 roses. Hare Krishna. Marcy, you got tiny dino gummies and a dress. And no, you already own a clarinet. Oh, perfect. That's awesome. I don't know of any thrift store near me that has food. If a thrift store is a second-hand store, I don't know if I'd want second-hand food. Thank you, Nokmak Media. Dear Rahina, thank you for your heart meme. Rhiannon, you share a beautiful reminder. We are all perfectly imperfect. Have patience and kindness. We are all on different paths. I love that. That's okay, Marl. Typing is hard sometimes. And Aurora, you share that you all can ask me anything, of course, but my YouTube video won't answer you. Oh, I see what you meant. You never know. Sometimes just keeping our question in mind, we can find the answer in the darndest of places. Hello, dear Am. Welcome back. And hello, Lonella. Savannah, you have an urge to braid my hair. One of these days, I may show up with braids. Oh, what do you call this, Marcy? An idiom. If the safety seal is intact, it can be my snack. Oh, it's a great forger's mantra. That's what I'd call it. It's true, Marcy. You are right. Thank you, dear Isabella, for your 3 cloud breads. Hariom Tatsat. And John F., thank you for your friendship necklace, your finger heart, and your tiny. Yippee! Thank you, Lonella, for your finger heart too. I have some ding dings for you. Mr. Maudlin, you share that you don't know who I am, but you love me, and you love everyone. I love that too. We might not know another person's name, their story, but we know that within everyone is something lovable. And I try to upload all of my lives, Aurora. I'm not aware of anyone that hasn't been uploaded, but I hope that in the description you'll find the chapter system that is able to narrow down what part you're referring to. You're a little goodwill fiend, shares Marcy. I think it's wonderful that you find value in something that someone else has given away. Oftentimes in our culture we might want to have something new, brand new. Don't want it to be used by anyone else. However, this leads to a lot of trash and landfills, leads to an unhealthy consumerist society, and that is such a great virtue. You have goodwill, Marcy. And you were wondering if I had a question of the day today. Indeed. My question of the day today was, when someone is afraid, what is a good affirmation to counteract that fear? I love that, Mr. Maudlin. There is so much beauty in everyone. It's all very important. And Andy, you ask, do I agree that we never meet the same person twice? I was listening to Thich Nhat Hanh last night, and he said something beautiful. That in each moment, there's an element in us that stays the same, and an element in us that changes. So, we are neither the same person, nor are we a different person. So too, there are ways in which we meet people that bring out different parts of them, and there are parts of them that we recognize as the same before. Otherwise, how would we even know to call them by their name? If they were truly different in all aspects, we wouldn't recognize them. Recognition means that there's an aspect that has remained unchanged. So when someone appears, we can say, hello, dear Isabella. Hello, dear Rhiannon. Hello, dear Rahina. Even though many aspects have changed, I know it's you. I can call you by your name. Maybe your name has changed, but that needs to be updated for me to remember. Welcome back, Merle. Nokmak, you share that when you're afraid, you love to say, Amazing Grace. How sweet the sound. Amazing Grace. I don't know the melody. I know it's a song though. Mahina, you share that Lily says she'll protect them. Oh, I love that answer from Lily. I'll protect you. Kim's, you're wondering, how do I feel about the underconsumption core trend going on now? Well, I'm unfamiliar with it, but based on how you've described it, I think it's self-explanatory. I don't know if it involves anything specifically, but absolutely, if we can cut down our consumption, the world will be happy, thankful at the very least, and just living simpler lives takes off so much stress. Kim's, you share, it's people using up their products before buying new ones. You know, it's funny to call that a trend. It should be the default, shouldn't it? You guys don't do that? No, I'm guilty of that too. But I believe we all should try to. Absolutely, you know. When the soap dispenser is low, maybe splash a little water in there to get it up. Same with shampoo or juice. Really make the most out of everything. And hello, Van Penguin. Thank you for your cloud bread. You're tiny. Yippee! Your snowboard and your popcorn. Afraid of what? You need to know more to give an answer. Context is important. I also believe that generalizing is important. That we might know what to do in one scenario where we're afraid, but if the context changes and we don't know, then how can we recognize the underlying universal fear and therefore a universal way to address it no matter the context? I think that's a powerful way of looking at it. I hope you agree. But in this context, why don't you imagine that someone is afraid to live. They find existing very scary and the world around them full of danger. And Rhiannon, you share. You were thinking today we can all strive to be brave like dauntless and divergent. I like that. It's a good story. I remember watching that movie. Now, Isabella. Makes you wonder who you are. If part of us is changing, part of us remains the same. Can I tell you? Well, I'm probably not a good person to tell you who you are, because you're the one who's you. If anyone knows, it's you. At the same time, there are many aspects of you that other people may see that we might have forgotten. Like, I love that idea that oftentimes you don't know what you look like when you are smiling genuinely at a kitten that crosses by your feet, or by a puppy that's barking, or when someone genuinely compliments you. You can't see your own face in some of the most precious of moments. We often only see ourselves in the mirror or with our phone. But when we're out in public, often we shine so much brighter than we do in our own company. And in that way, some people can recognize your light more than you can. All I know is that you are a very lovely being, one that has only ever contributed positively to this space, and I'm grateful to have you here. But in your ultimate essence, you are Satchitanandam. You are existence, consciousness, and bliss. Your body may come and go, but you shall live on. Now, speaking of which, Merle, you're wondering if I can please tell you my views on reincarnation. I'll tell you something very unheard of. There's something in Buddhism called the Noble Eightfold Path. It's the answer to the fourth noble truth. The four noble truths are the core teachings of Buddhism. There is suffering. Suffering has a cause. Suffering has an end. And there is a way to get you from the cause to its end. That fourth point is answered by the Noble Eightfold Path, which are 8 things we have to do to lead us from suffering to peace, happiness, which is always possible. The first is the most important, and it's said that if you just master the first part of the Noble Eightfold Path, all other 7 folds, they follow naturally. And the first is right view. Part of the right view means accepting reincarnation. Why? And I'm going to tell you something very interesting. See for yourself. This is a challenge. Go through life. Let's say it's a day or a week or a month. And just imagine that reincarnation is a truth. See how it makes a difference in your life, viewing it this way. How will you understand each interaction differently? How will you think about birth, death? How will you think about core traits of a person? How will you think about the purpose of life? How will you think about animals and bugs and trees and plants? Just by assuming reincarnation, your whole perspective on life begins to change. And this is what I can guarantee for you, but you have to see it yourself. It is a puzzle piece that fills in a missing gap. And you will find that there becomes a completion in your philosophy. Certain things will begin to line up, and it will begin to make sense, and a deep ease and peace will set in. So right view means having an understanding which then brings a kind of completion and sense of fullness in your life. That is a fun piece of knowledge, isn't it, hybrid Jen? That's why I love when people call my name Yam, because they're invoking my heart. Oh, it means I have to respond with love, isn't it? Hello, Michelle. And thank you, Community Fest. Oh, I did it again. I thank the gift for the person, rather than the person for the gift. Thank you, dear the Phantom, for the Community Fest. And thank you, Community Fest, for bringing my awareness to you, the Phantom. Hari Om Tat Sat. Oh. Thank you for being sensitive to peace and centeredness, Rain Marie. Hello, M. There's a couple M's today. I was about to say a fupple. I'm mixing my words today. I'm making spoonerisms. Out of a couple or a few, a fupple. There's a fupple M's today. Oh, wow. That's very interesting, but you share that your sister saves animals and just had a 2-headed kitten die in her arms. And you told her some things are not... Your comment got cut off. Not meant to live. She believes God put her here to save the animals. Absolutely. What a beautiful purpose. Yeah. I disagree. All things are meant to live. And that 2-headed kitten will absolutely live on, just in different ways. Because our purpose may be to help save animals, that doesn't mean that we are failing at our purpose for not saving everyone, everything. I believe it's just lovely to do your best. And it's okay if there are complications, because you are not judged based on the results of your actions. The outcomes are not what define your destiny. It is the sentiment we put into our actions that carve away our future. And it is no doubt that your sister has those. Thank you, M, for your rose that you sent. And I love that, Sue. She helped that kitten, which is so touching. Perhaps it would be more relieving on her heart to put it like that her purpose is to help animals. And maybe saving is one way we can help them. Other times guiding them to rest. Another way we can help. Thank you, Bree, for your tiny Yahoo! And thank you, Van Penguin, for your community fest, your ice cream cone and a fire. I do feel a burning fire within this community, festering in my heart. I just hope it's not too powerful that it melts the ice cream. It is a very sad thing, Butch. Sadness, when it comes to loss, when it comes to grief, just means that we had more love than they had the capacity to receive. And such is the nature of love. There will always be more love to go around than there is to receive. But it always gets to its destination. Hello, Amanda. And I love that, Denise. Sometimes we are meant to make a very short life feel love. I'm happy you like the backgrounds, Ali Show. And hello, dear brave Bella. I was thinking about you. We were talking about bravery earlier. Reminded me of you. I am doing well, though. Rahina, you share that you feel the love knowing that the sun gives us 2 times in the day that allows us to look directly at it. It's true. Although I'm no ophthalmologist, I can't tell you about the effects of looking at the sun any time of the day. I will tell you that I watched the sunset the other day with my mother as it was setting on the horizon, and we were sitting on the top of a mountain and looking over across the water. The sun was setting behind an island. And I realized that my eyes didn't get sore when it was looking at it from a distance. Half of it was already covered by the island. Also, given the angle, when it's directly above us, there's only this much atmosphere. But on the horizon, it stretches out and there's so much sky between us, absorbing the UV rays. Oh, it's so beautiful to look into the sun. Although most people don't recommend it, and I'm not encouraging it. You can really get lost looking at the sun. It's a yogic practice that they've been doing in India and other places of the world for thousands of years, where they literally meditate on a setting sun or a rising sun, staring at it, imagining it piercing your third eye. And thank you, Mahina, for your 117 roses. Radhe or Radhe. And Butch, for your sister, you just feel sorry for her and wonder why she does save kittens and not humans, but who are you to say? Her life path is absolutely her own. The same consciousness that's in a human is the same consciousness that's in an animal besides a human. The only difference is our mind, but they are just as worthy and deserving of love as humans. And in the model of reincarnation, all of us become animals at some point. All of the animals become humans at some point. She is guiding them on to their next life. And that's wonderful. And when we are an animal, wouldn't we want the same tender love that we get when we are human? And I think it makes sense to me. Marcy, you be staring that star in its soul like cleanse mine. Then you go and yodel to the moon. Yeah, I love that. Merle, you said that the sun gives you real power. I like that. Thank you, Beach, for your heart, mate. Hari Om Tat Sat. And that's a wonderful connection, Butch. You love your dog, probably like she loves the kittens. It's wonderful. Maybe you were a cat, Cheers Isabella. There's a good chance you were. I think many people on this planet were cats in their past life. Recently. Brave Bella, you share you were definitely a dog. I believe that. Aww. Mahina, you share that Lily, your 5-year-old granddaughter, took me outside in the tree. She wanted to be with me. She had to go and said she loved me. Well, please convey my love to Lily also. In that her love fills me with so much joy and peace that I feel like I'm capable of doing anything in the world. Thanks to her. Nokmak, you share that you think you were a worshipped Egyptian cat and you feel so entitled to comfortable seats and snacks. That definitely sounds like a kind of feline I'd expect in Ancient Egypt. Yeah. Whenever I see a big cardboard box, I also just kind of want to sit in it. If I fit, I sit. Then Penguin, you have a question. What if I only live once? I do only live once. There has only been ever one life. Just one that continues from one form to another. Thank you, Mahina. And you think that you were a horse at one time. I love that. Isabella, you share. Maybe a mountain goat. I like that. Moral, you're wondering, how many forms have I had? You think you have 10? Oh. You are being very conservative with your estimate. It's a very easy calculation we can make. You first have to determine the age of your soul, and then determine the average age of each incarnation, and then you divide the two and you get your answer. Okay. How old is the soul? Anyone tell me? Does anyone know the age of a soul? Very good, grateful human. Infinite. Infinite. If it had a beginning, then it wasn't a soul. It'd be a material object like everything else in the physical world. It's ageless, shares Gabriella and Mahina. It's eternal, shares Aurora. Forever, shares Dawn. I love the different synonyms we have for this. All right. So we've got one of our variables, one of our constants, rather. What's the average age of an incarnation? Well, this requires some guesswork. You know, for bugs, it's a few days. For humans, it's several decades. Maybe there's other forms which take on millions of years. But if we just want the most conservative estimate, let's put it up there at the age of the universe, the oldest thing we know. 13.7 billion years. And this will get us the minimum amount of lives we could have had. Okay, so we take infinity. Then we divide it by 13.7 billion. What's the answer? What's infinity divided by 13.7 billion? Unfortunately, most calculators don't have an infinity button. It's a lot, says Sue. Yes, I agree. It's infinity, isn't it? Doesn't matter if you take infinity and you divide it by 2 or 10 or 100 or a million or a billion. Infinity divided by anything finite is still infinity. And good use of the infinity sticker, Rhiannon. Alright, so there's your answer. There's your calculation. Infinite soul divided by whatever. You must have had infinite forms. So if anyone tells you that you're an old soul, you say, damn right, I'm the oldest soul. But everyone is also. Been here not once, not twice, not thrice, but innumerable times. Now, thank you, drums. I see you changed your name. Thank you for your 6 roses. Hare Krishna. And thank you, Beach, for your community fest. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. And Brave Bella, thank you for your trio of finger hearts. Here's a trio for you too. There. And thank you, M, for your finger heart as well. 4B movement, you ask, if you are truly devoted, are you truly devoted to God if you only seek heaven? That's a great question. And it's a real big motivation for a lot of people to have a favorable afterlife indeed. Millions of people have their devotion empowered by this idea. It's very common in Abrahamic faiths. In Eastern philosophy, the answer is no, at least not fully. That it is a kind of faith, but there are higher kinds of devotion that don't involve us desiring anything outside of what we already have, and that includes our present life. In fact, there's a great story of two beings who were in heaven, and I'm forgetting their names, but maybe one of you are familiar with them. There were two guards in the kingdom of heaven. They were guarding the kingdom of heaven, and they ended up screwing up in their duties. So unfortunately, due to their own karma, they were to be reborn either on earth or even in hell. They would have to have something like 10 lifetimes more on earth or 3 lifetimes in hell. But they got to decide. The supreme divinity was all understanding and gave them a choice. Most people would take the 10 lifetimes on earth, but they said, we'll take hell as long as we'll be able to keep you in mind, in our heart always. In fact, O Lord, they said, you can send us to hell for the rest of eternity, but as long as I keep you in my heart, I will be happy. I think that's a beautiful story. That we can even be in hell and not desire for even earth, let alone heaven, but be happy because we keep God in our heart. And I think that's the mark of an ekantik bhakta, the Sanskrit word for a true devotee. Also, in Eastern traditions too, heaven isn't the ultimate goal. So it's like you could be desiring for something even higher. Heaven is like a vacation. That if you do a lot of good deeds, if you work up your bank account balance, you can go to Mexico for a little bit, or Hawaii. But then you got to go back to work. Got to go back to earth. Our karma runs out, we come back. So the attainment of God is different from the attainment of heaven. Attaining God is something that you can do in this lifetime. And it's the easiest here out of everywhere else. We're in the perfect balance between pain and pleasure to take refuge and enjoy the bliss of the divine. And hello, Thais, from Brazil. Thank you for sharing your love. Obrigado. Oh, you were asking me to send a message of love. I thought you were sending a message of love. We can do both. Send a message of love. Okay. Well, in Brazil, where there's such a wonderful culture of community, of being there for your neighbor, I think we all can learn from that in other places of the world where we lack a sense of community and culture that Brazil really exemplifies. And so my message of love is not to give anything that you are missing, but share what you have that other people in the world don't. Thank you for allowing me to think about some of the wonderful qualities that are there in the beautiful nation of Brazil. And thank you, Better Best, for your 7 roses you sent a few minutes ago. And Van Penguin, thank you for your balloons. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Anazek, thank you for your quartet of roses. Om Mani Padme Om. Moral you share, you have been having issues tapping into feminine energy. Any help? The feminine, she loves to sing. If you wish to sing, find yourself worthy of a song to be sung. If you can even hum or if whistle, doesn't matter if it's in key or in tune. Take what's in your heart and give it to the world. That is the essence of the feminine. And anyone can do it at any time, in any place. Now, Mahina, you're wondering, do I know when I go to India yet? Well, I just got an offer from one of the fellow guests on the podcast I was on Monday. And they said that they were going to the Maha Kumbh Mela and other places in India in January. And that I would be invited to go and stay at the ashram. And so far, that's the most bountiful opportunity that has come my way so far. Thus, I believe maybe I might be going in January then. But no expectations, anything can happen. We'll see, maybe there's an even better opportunity before then. I'll go sooner. Sing with joy, sing with anything in your heart. If it's sadness, sing that sadness. If it's frustration, sing that frustration. Take what is in our heart, no matter what, and express it. Thank you, Anazek, for your quartet of roses. Hare Krishna. You love singing. I'm happy to hear that, Isabella. The more we are giving, the more we express ourselves. The more we embody the divine feminine, who is the all-expressive, the all-giving one. Mahina, you sing My Sweet Lord to Lily, and she loves it. She's learning the lyrics. Aw, what a beautiful song. You have such a beautiful Lily. Hello, baby. You have a fun name. MS Solista, you ask, what is the meaning of balance? And how does one balance? Balance means that we take the middle path between any two extremes. Instead of absolute austerity, instead of giving up your home and your material possessions and going and living in the forest, instead of absolute indulgence, working towards a mansion and a Rolls Royce and all this money and a big job and whatever, buying a yacht and luxury and pleasing our senses. We live a modest life where we don't destroy our body through austerity, nor destroy our mind through indulgence. This is the middle path. Specifically, it means karma yoga. It means that we live a worldly life, but we do so for the sake of serving the divine. That the fruit of our action is only for the divine. That we work because the work itself is the gift of life, not the destination, not what we get rewarded for. The greatest gift of life is to live, not to obtain anything that we get from living. This is called karma yoga. You've all heard of karma, action. You've all heard of yoga, union. Karma yoga is achieving yoga, union, through action, karma. We become one with our action. We denounce the outcome. We leave that in the hands of the ultimate. We work for the sake of selfless service with loving devotion. And we strive to serve others rather than our own material sense pleasures. Pleasant Moon, you ask, did anyone got that? Can anyone write what he said? Well, there is a recording, but if you need me to repeat anything, please let me know. Balance is always relative to some dimension of life, and there are many, many, many dimensions of life. Whenever we find some continuum that can take us in one direction or another, instead of feeling like there has to be a choice to go one way or another, we try to embody both equally. For every aspect of life that has two sides, I believe it is not about the side you take. It is about your ability to represent the balance, the communication, the equality between them. Thank you, Tattvam Asi, for your quintet of roses. Jai Nisargadatta Maharaj. Denise, you're wondering if I can teach how to sit with physical pain until the pain is so bored that it leaves. I love the way you put that. Well, as much as I love the way you put that, a lot of the pain we have in our body is due to a very stagnant life. That muscles atrophy. And the best way to heal from a broken limb is to engage it in enough movement to get it going, but not enough to prevent it from healing. Live an active life. Make sure you walk. Make sure you flex all your muscles at least once per day. And then your muscles will be so tired at the end of the day, they just can't help to retain any tension. They have no choice but to relax and rest. I find that I am the most sore when I've been laying in bed for the longest, when I haven't gotten up from my seat in a while. Mindful movement, yes. I love that, Mara. But sometimes life calls for us to sit. And sitting is not always comfortable. Having good posture really helps. Chairs are actually really unhealthy. We should never sit with our knees. We We should never sit with our knees above our waist, our hips rather. That'd be difficult above the waist. So if you are sitting in a chair, try to have your knees as low to the ground as possible. Have a nice straight back. And if you can, sit on the floor. Having a supported back eventually weakens it over time. Having an unsupported seat is the most healthiest for your back. Of course, unless you have back problems and you need it to be supported. But the best seat of all is one where you sit cross-legged on the floor. Yoga helps a lot. In fact, that's kind of the point of asana yoga, of hatha yoga, of posture and body yoga, is to allow ourselves to be seated in meditation for longer and longer. As anyone who has ever tried to sit for 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes in meditation, half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour, you'll know that eventually your legs start going numb, your feet start cramping, your back aches, your neck is sore. Such is why these ancient meditators, these yogis, developed a system of getting our body to such a state where we can sit for long periods at a time. In fact, asana is the Sanskrit word that literally means seat. I am sorry to hear that, Don Norton, that you do have a lot of pain from accidents. Makes it difficult to sit. Does make it worse. Our bodies were definitely not meant to stay in one spot for long periods of time. I know that a lot of people here are neurodivergent and might have ADD or ADHD or other various qualities of mind that makes for a very active mind and body. I recommend movement meditation. You have a funny name. Marijuana. You ask, where am I from? I am from Canada. The same earth that we belong on. Aren't the knees above while crossing them? It's true. When we are sitting in a chair, we should have our knees lower than our hips. But if we're sitting on a floor, no problem. There's no way to have your knees lower than your hips on the floor. Good point. Liam Biog, thank you for your heart, me. MS Solista, you ask, to sit or to stand, what's more beneficial? To eat or to drink, what's more beneficial? To breathe or to sleep? Well, they're all beneficial, aren't they? Any part of our life only has value relative to other aspects of our life. There are times to sit, there are times to stand. Don, you share, you wish you could meditate. You get distracted so easy. That's okay. In fact, meditation means that you allow yourself to have this with your mind. Maybe some people don't know, and if you don't, I'm here to remind you, meditation is not enjoyable. I wish to shatter that expectation once and for all. The point is to have a mind that says this and says that, but sit behind it without giving in to any thought. You allow yourself to have thoughts. No need to be concentrated. No need to try so hard to be at peace, to be full of bliss. When you sit down, when you close your eyes, your mind will do everything it can to take your attention. That's the point, is that we challenge ourselves with a moment of letting the mind roam free without becoming a servant of it. Chaos Cipher, you ask, where can you buy this sock? This sock is available on my website, on the link tree in my bio, on the store section. Don Norton, you share, perhaps that is your problem. You think you should be thoughtless. If you think you should be thoughtless, just listen to that sentence. I think I should be thoughtless. Well, that's one of the thoughts keeping us from being thoughtless, isn't it? Therefore, to truly be thoughtless, if that is the goal at all, it means that you don't even think that you should be thoughtless. No, the point of meditation is not even to be thoughtless. No one is ever thoughtless. Going beyond thoughts does not mean we silence them. It means we take our awareness elsewhere. It's like going to sleep at night. You could have all these sounds around you. There could be sirens, passing cars if you live near a busy road. There could be thunder, there could be rain. You could even have a neighbor arguing. Sounds continue even while we're asleep, but yet we're able to take our awareness elsewhere. Therefore, sleep is able to occur even in the presence of sounds, but we withdraw our attention from it. Meditation is similar, where all these distracting thoughts still occur, but as Tattvamasi puts it, we merely stop giving them such importance for the moment. And with this understanding, meditation will become much, much more beneficial. Is it part of becoming nothing? You could say that. Or you could say it's about becoming everything. That we expand our sense of self so that we withdraw from any part in particular, but we feel whole and one with everything. We incorporate all experiences of the senses into our meditation. Just as to effectively fall asleep, we don't require stopping all the sounds in our environment, but merely accepting them as a part of this experience, and then we fall to sleep with them incorporated into the moment. And thank you, Cat, for your little crown. Katie, perhaps. Kati. Thank you. Hare Krishna. And thank you, Emma Solisja, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And Chase, thank you for your finger heart, your pair of roses, and a pair of tiny tinies. Yippee! Chaos, you ask, why do some people meditate with beads in their hand? They're called mala beads, and they're your watch. They're your ancient timekeeping mechanism. So simple. Let's say you want to meditate for 30 minutes, but you don't want to use technology because that's part of the point. You're escaping from this technological digital world, entering into your natural state. Well, instead of using any piece of technology, we can use this ancient technology called mala beads. They have a very specific number, and that's 108 beads. You might even have one without knowing. If you have a bracelet that looks something like this, or a necklace, count the beads. You will find 108 plus 1, making the so-called guru beads, and this will help you meditate. You pick a mantra, you do a mantra, 108 beads, just feeling, you're not even counting. Just one bead at a time. And eventually you feel the guru bead, because it's different than all the rest. It has a tassel or it's strung differently. And that's when you know you've done a full cycle of your mala. And because the mantra is so consistent, on average, it'll take the same amount of time to do one full cycle of your mala. Therefore, if you know roughly how long it takes to do a cycle, then you can time your meditation by just counting the cycles. Maybe it takes 5 minutes to do one cycle, so you just play with your beads one mantra at a time until you get to the guru bead, and then you're done. That's when you know it's time to stop. Or maybe you want to meditate for half an hour, so you just count 6. How easy it is to count to 6. You just do your mantra until you get to the end. 1. Do your mantra until you get to the end. 2. All the way up to 6. I'm done. Half an hour meditation without any technology. Isn't that interesting? I recommend mantras while meditating. I actually don't recommend anyone do quiet meditation. If you do, that's wonderful. But for 99% of people, our minds are not quite ready to enjoy silence. We first have to cultivate a mind that's even appreciative of silence by having some influence over it via engaging it. For example, use sound as a part of your meditation, or use sight. Have a body of water before you, like an ocean or a river or a lake, or a tree, or a sunset, or a fire, or even a candle. The more senses we can engage in our meditation, light some incense, feel the earth below you. Actually, you can have an even deeper peace than those who are trying for the kind of nothingness meditation. The nothingness meditation is a very advanced technique called Nirvikalpa Samadhi, where they're trying to merge with nothingness. But there's hardly any point to this when Savikalpa Samadhi, which includes your environment, your sounds, your own voice, gets you to the same place ultimately. There's really no need to dive into nothingness unless your environment is not something you want to meditate on. Then you can create space between yourself and your senses. But if you're in a beautiful place, if you have a beautiful song you can play, a beautiful mantra, that's great. Thank you, Corey, for your heart me. Radhe or Radhe. And Samantha Chewy, thank you for your trio of disco loves. Merle, you ask, what are mantras? Well, you've probably heard of some like Om, or more elaborate ones like the Buddhist Om Mani Padme Hum, or Om Namah Shivaya. These are all Sanskrit ones, and most mantras are Sanskrit. But you can even pick an affirmation. You can even pick, let's say, a Bible verse if you're into that sort of thing. A mantra has very simple qualifications. It's something easily chanted repeatedly, memorable, and invokes a sense of peace and security. And often there is some wisdom that gets unpacked as we open up our mantra. Like cracking a geode with a hammer, we might not realize the beauty in the saying until we continuously meditate upon it. Sometimes we use the word meditate as a verb to contemplate on something. And this is where it comes from. To meditate on something means to repeatedly bring it to mind. So many spiritual truths are unlocked, not just by hearing them, but by meditating on them. For example, I could tell you that you are the jewel at the center of the lotus, but it means nothing until you meditate on it. I am the jewel at the center of the lotus. I am the jewel at the center of the lotus. And you keep doing this hundreds, thousands of times until it unlocks this deep spiritual meaning. Om Mani Padme Hum. I am the jewel at the center of the lotus. Ooh, a leaf fell from the tree. Perfect timing. Merle, you ask, what is a good mantra for beginners? I recommend having a window shopping session. Go explore various mantras. Google lists of mantras in various traditions, maybe Jain or Buddhist or Sikh or Hindu, the traditions from where mantra repetition have really come from. Or if you are attached to a different tradition, whatever your spiritual text is, you can crack open your favorite verse and just say it again and again and again. Your religion is love. I like that. Well, you could meditate on something like, I am the source of love, and love can heal all wounds. I am the source of love, and love can heal all wounds. And you don't change it. In order to enter a state of superconsciousness, you have to repeat it over and over again. And it might get boring. After the 100th time, I am the source of love, and love can heal all wounds. I am the source of love, and love can heal all wounds. And you feel like you start to lose your mind, and that's a very good thing. Because you enter into a trance-like hypnotic state. Suddenly you're living the message behind the saying. I am the source of love, and love can heal all things. I am the source of love, and love can heal all things. This was just one that I created on the spot for you, but you can come up with any yourself, or you can use ones that have been used for thousands of years. Thank you, Isabella, for your finger heart. Hare Krishna. Nonya, thank you for your heart me. And I like that one, Nonya. God is good. Good is God. And some of them time really well to your breath. On the inhale, a common Buddhist mantra is present moment, you imagine. And on your exhale, wonderful moment. Present moment. Wonderful moment. Idam na mama, shares Mahina. This is not mine. Another one with the breath that reminds me of that is, on the inhale, I am not this body. And on the exhale, I am not even this mind. I am not the body. I am not even this mind. And thank you, Nanya, for your heart me. And thank you, Vavi, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Dolly, Thank you for your ginger man. One of my favorite ones I heard was the flower fresh meditation. It's very simple. Flower fresh. Flower fresh. Flower fresh. I heard that one from Thich Nhat Hanh, a Buddhist. He says that there are many things in life that are like flowers. Whenever I'm in front of someone, I offer 3 flowers. Each eye is a flower, and my smile is a flower. I offer 3 flowers to you. And we make our hands into flower also. And our whole body becomes a flower when we bow. Another pair of flowers. Now that's 5 flowers. And with our words, we can offer them more flowers. We can say, peace to you, the Buddha to be. And that's another flower. And you try to give as many flowers to everyone that you come across. At least 3 with your eyes and your mouth. And then many more with your body and your words and your actions. We can give people whole bouquets of flowers that way. That's the flower fresh meditation. And isn't that funny, Samantha? I think I am this body. There's actually 3 mistakes there. First of all, you are not the body. But second of all, you're not the one thinking that you are the body. But third of all, the one that's thinking isn't the body either. The mind says, I think I'm the body. And the mind's wrong for thinking that it's the body. And you're wrong for believing that you're the mind. Isn't that funny? It is comical. Yeah. The body is the body, the mind is the mind, and you are the consciousness. The body is the body, the mind is the mind. See, the mind can think I am the mind all at once. If you think I am the mind, then the one that's doing the thinking is right. It's true. If a part of your mind says, I think I'm the mind, well, it's right. The mind can think I am the mind, but you can know yourself to not be spoken for by the mind. Yes, you are the spirit, the consciousness. Rhiannon, you share that it's calming to know we are not our thoughts. Yeah. Absolutely. Because your mind could be a mess, but you are completely whole. Your mind could be anxious, but you're not the one thinking these scary thoughts. Thank you, Samantha, for the W. I didn't even know you could give a letter. A W. Thank you for your quartet of W, Samantha. Wubba double lub lub. Merle, you ask, any knowledge to help take control of the mind? Absolutely. The first step in taking control of the mind is recognizing that there is no control of the mind. But not all hope is lost. You don't have to control the mind to be happy, because your peace is not dependent on the mind. even then, there are ways of influencing the mind. Recognize that there are two intermediaries between the mind and you, consciousness. Just like a CEO doesn't directly tell their employees what to do, they tell the manager, and then the manager tells the supervisor, and then the supervisor tells the employee, for example. Different corporate structures are different. So too, we are the CEO, our manager is our ego, and our supervisor is our intellect. And then our employee is the mind. So in order to have the mind become controlled, the employee, the supervisor has to be controlled. In order for the supervisor to be controlled, the manager has to be controlled. But they each have their own kind of independence also. The mind is controlled by the intellect. That means that there is assortment of thought. The intellect discerns which thoughts are fruitful and which are not. So your mindset is cultivated by the intellect, and it makes its decisions based on the knowledge we bring it. Whatever knowledge is currently sitting in the intellect, you can imagine the intellect like a computer, and we need to give it certain software in order to base its decisions on. Software is like the knowledge. Knowledge gets to decide how we want to keep our mind. And our body goes forth according to our mindset. Our mindset is cultivated according to our knowledge and our intellect. And there's one intermediary. That's the supervisor. The supervisor is the intellect. Supervisor is controlled by the manager. Manager is the ego. Ego means probably forget everything you know about ego. Just imagine this is the first time you've ever heard this word, this sound, ego. What does this funny sound, ego, mean? Ego means the flow of your awareness. It means wherever your attention goes. For example, if you are someone who loves your family very much, then your ego has everything to do with your family because that's where your attention goes. Whenever you have a vacant moment, your attention goes towards your family. If your attention goes towards your country, then your ego is determined by service to that. So the mind is indirectly controlled by the flow of our awareness. It is controlled by the knowledge we get to it from our intellect. And the intellect gets its knowledge from the experience of the ego, from wherever we guide our awareness. And that is where our control ultimately lies, our free will. Our free will is not in controlling the mind or even in controlling the intellect, but it's in guiding our flow of attention, our awareness. Where would you like your awareness to go? Because wherever it goes, you will gain experience there. And the kind of knowledge you get from the experience will differ depending on where you take that awareness. And the kind of knowledge you get from that experience, the intellect guides your mind as such. If our awareness is constantly being directed to negative people, negative places, negative things, then no wonder our experience from it is full of problems, and the knowledge we get is full of error, and thus our mind becomes misguided. The only way to have a positive, a peaceful mind is to first bring our awareness to something positive, peaceful, a peaceful, positive person or place or thing. And then we get positive, peaceful experience, and eventually down the hierarchy it trickles down in terms of our mindset being cultivated by the right knowledge given from the right source. So this is how one controls the mind from the ancient yogic perspective. And thank you, Saturnus, for your heart me, your 37 team bracelets, and your pair of cherry ups. Hare Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Dr. Ahua, for the gimme the vote too. Radhe Radhe. And Isabella, thank you for your trio of roses, as always. Hello, Lala. You share that you have had a day of pure demise. That's okay. No matter how our day has gone, we can always check in with ourselves in this moment and make some adjustments. It may take time to process what happened during the day, but in this moment, remember to breathe. Understand that you are not defined by the content of your day. You get to decide how you want to be in this moment. That's your power. Thank you, Sarah Jane. I'm happy that you find comfort in this space. And thank you, Willie D, for your pair of best teams. Jai Sita Ram. And Brave Bella, thank you for your fire. Radhe Radhe. Willie D, you would like me to tell you something good that happened to me today? Oh, there's too many of them to name. You know, it was lovely. I got to hold Sandy, my cat, in my arms today. Sometimes he likes being picked up, other times he doesn't. And he was full of love the moment I picked him up, and he made biscuits over my shoulder. That was nice. There were a lot of funny things that happened today. I was quite late to the Sangha today because so many things seemed to go wrong. Everything from my computer to microphone to chair to phone cord to just, ugh. But it's okay. At some point it becomes comical. But you can't let it take you down. Now, user 579, you ask, what if you don't have anything positive to refer to? Ah, that's a lie. There are tons of things that are positive in each and every one of our lives. Sometimes it's just difficult to find them. Have you woken up today? You've been given another day. That's one thing positive. Do your eyes see? Another thing positive. Do your ears hear? Another thing positive. Is your mind able to ask questions still? Are you open for change? Two more things positive. Ding, ding. Are you looking forward to a kind of peace that you might not be able to experience now? Another thing positive. Do you have faith that things will get better? Another thing positive. Did you get to see a tree today? A flower? Did you get to see the sky? Breathe air? Did you have food in your stomach? A roof over your head? A bed to sleep on? These are simple things, but honestly, it'll save your life to remember them, because we truly do not need a lot to be happy. we just continue to bring our mind to something positive, even if it's something so simple, like that our heart continues to beat. And we can be happy. And with the internet, sure, there's plenty of sources of negativity, but there's just as many sources of positivity there too. And I hope you find them. And Marissa, you shared that you love how your dog looks at you. Pure love. That's so sweet. They are full of joy. Thank you, Dr. Aho Eja, for our music play and community fest too. Radhe Radhe. Good night, Don Norton. Brave Bella, you share that you wish your social media didn't funnel you sad stuff all the time. Well, it also is influenced by an algorithm that keeps track of where our attention goes. And oftentimes, when you scroll and there's a video that says, "You won't believe what tragedy just happened and so, we go, "Oh, what is it?" And we watch the whole damn thing. And then the next video is, "Today I had the most amazing experience," and we keep scrolling. We do this. A negative video comes, and we have the power to scroll away, but we don't. And a positive video comes, we have the power to stay here, but we don't. It is possible to fine-tune your algorithm to be full of cats and love and positive stories and change and spiritual messages. You just have to keep track of where your attention goes to. Otherwise, they're going to be keeping track of it for you. And thank you, Jennifer, for your heart me and your pair of tiny tinies and your pair of roses. Yippee! Rhiannon, you share that your algorithm is all nature and animals. I love that. That's the power of the ego that we talked about, is where our attention goes. So we become. Denise, yours is full of soap making and funny animals. I love that. And thank you, Mariasa. I just realized your name is Mariasa. I've been saying Marissa. I apologize, dear, but you're so humble. I don't know if you've corrected me. Mariasa. Thank you. Meryl, you're wondering, what is that sticker? That's the Nataraj, which is Shiva's dancing form, where he dances the whole universe into existence. Alright, I forgot to read some poetry to you today. I love reading to you. I want to read a poem to you from Rumi. Let's crack open a random one, shall we? Good night, Kat. Thank you for sharing such lovely sentiments with everyone. Let's read this one called Only the Heart. By Rumi. If a wealthy person brings 100 sacks of gold, God will only say, "Bring the heart, you who are bent double." If the heart is pleased with you, I am pleased. And if the heart is opposed to you, I am opposed. I don't pay attention to you. I look to the heart. Bring it, poor soul, as a gift to my door. Its relation to you is also mine. Paradise is at the feet of mothers. The heart is the mother and father, and origin of all creatures. The one who knows the heart from the skin is blessed. You will say, look, I have brought a heart to you. God will respond, the world is full of these hearts. Bring the heart that is the axis of the world, and the soul of the soul of the soul of Adam. The ruler of all hearts is waiting for a heart filled with light and goodness. And there's a footnote here that says, Hadith, paradise is at the feet of mothers. It's a saying of the Prophet Muhammad. It's very beautiful, isn't it? Thank you for listening. Hello, abracadabra, alakazam. I believe that's actually Hebrew in origin. I forget what it refers to, but it is actually a mystical sentence. Abracadabra. Pleasant Moon, you're wondering, can I read another one? Well, we can read soon. I'll read another section from some more books in a little bit. Sensei, you ask, what are chakras? I believe the best way to introduce a chakra to someone is to talk about it in very grounding and realistic terms. The first way someone is going to understand a chakra is probably not through mystical energy centers throughout the subtle astral body along the spine. That's out of people's experience. First and foremost, a chakra is an idea. It's an idea that you can meditate upon, and it will open a door for your energy to flow. And that's right, G to infinity. Abracadabra means I create as I speak. How beautiful is that? And that's a good segue into the throat chakra. That if you meditate on what the throat spiritually symbolizes, it is your voice. It is how you create as you speak. Through our words, we invoke magic in the world. Every chakra can be thought of as a metaphor for awakening, a method of realizing our true self. Thank you, Dhyana, for your heart me and pair of team bracelets too. Om Shrim Mahalakshmaya Namaha. And Isabella, thank you for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Lala, you ask, is the tongue a two-edged sword? Of course. Our words can either hurt or heal. And that is a conscious decision we can make every time we open our mouth. Words can penetrate in deeper places than the sword. You may wear a full vest of chainmail, such that my sword cannot pierce that heart. But if your ears are open and you hear my words, I can reach your heart just the same. And Sensei, you ask, what is Kundalini? I'll tell you what it means after a story. Some of you have heard of Ram Dass, this great American psychologist who first went by the name Dr. Richard Alpert, then had a spiritual experience, went to India, came back, started doing all these lectures and writing books. Now, he talked so much about the guru that he had met in India that people started flocking to his guru in India. So by the time he returned to India to meet his guru again, there were all these fellow Westerners there. And there's a whole other story of how he was annoyed. But of course, Westerners are very drawn towards tantric aspects of spirituality. They're drawn towards the chakras, towards Kundalini, towards opening dimensions and portals and all of this really intellectually stimulating aspects of spirituality. This great guru, the blanket Baba, Neem Karoli Baba, fortunately, he had a translator because he never spoke in nice words. He'd always be swearing at these people. You don't even want to know the kind of words he was saying to people who came and asked him questions about chakras and Kundalini. But his translators were always very nice, and they'd always translate the swears into words of affirmation. They'd say, oh, he loves you, and he's really happy you're here. And that is truly what he felt in his heart. He wasn't a bitter person at all. He was someone who was in deep peace and bliss and was fully realized, an enlightened being. Anyway, they often asked him, how do I raise Kundalini? And he would say, feed people, serve people, love people. That's all he'd say. How do I unlock Kundalini? Feed people. How do I raise Kundalini? Serve people. How do I awaken the spirit? Love people. It sounds like he was dismissing the question, like, no, you're not there yet. Let's first work on the basics. Let's work on this, and maybe later I'll answer your question. But little did they know, he was actually giving the highest answer anyone can give. The master technique for unlocking Kundalini. Because as long as you are focused on your body and various mudras and asanas, Kundalini will never awaken. Why? Now I will tell you what Kundalini is. It means the dormant feminine energy. The feminine energy is all about feeding, serving, loving people. This is something that exists within everyone. When we're focused on going within ourselves, that's another aspect of spirituality. That's Shiva, the dormant masculine energy. And as long as we are focused on ourselves, we will never activate Kundalini. We might activate Shiva, but Kundalini will never come as long as our attention is only here. As soon as we go and give that energy out, we expand it, we share, we push it out into the world through service, through love, through feeding people. Then we finally awaken that dormant feminine energy, the energy of the mother that exists within everyone. So the most practical, simple, and effective method for unlocking Kundalini is exactly what Neem Karoli Baba said to his devotees. Feed people, serve people, love people. It's a nurturing and healing energy. Yeah. Thank you, Hybrid Chen, for your rose. Is there a name for both of them simultaneously, Kundalini and Shiva? Well, they are both part of Brahman, the ultimate, the aspect which is dealing with form and giving and stuff and movement and activity and passion and dynamism and all that sort of stuff. That's the Shakti, that's the Kundalini, that's the feminine, that's the Saguna Brahman. That's the ultimate reality with qualities. And Shiva, the nothingness, that which is silent and still, that goes within, all about going to a kind of inner peace. That's Nirguna Brahman, the ultimate reality without form. Two sides of the same coin. You could also describe them as Prakriti and Purush, nature and its controller, Shakti and the Shaktiman, energy and the energetic. You could also describe it as yin and yang, or so many different dualities we have created. Absence, presence, everything, nothing. Muffins, you ask, are they the same? They are inseparable but distinct. That the love of a mother is inseparable from the love of a father, but they are distinct. Love of a mother takes you outward. Love of a father takes you inward. Hello, dear brave Bella. What is a good resource to learn all of this stuff? You feel lost on a lot of it. Well, don't feel overwhelmed. You don't have to learn any of this stuff. But all of this comes from my experience with Eastern spirituality by listening to great masters. I've never read practically any book in my life. However, I have listened to many teachers. As long as you keep your ears open and your heart and mind open also, these things will rub off on you too. A good question, this is hopeless. Are they not both inward? They are two aspects of the same thing. Spirituality is described as an inward journey indeed. But that's not to discredit the outward flow either. We have a world outside of us. We have to give outwardly in order to share that love. But we have to go inwards to find it. The spiritual journey is cyclical. We go into the world to see what needs to be done. We go inside of us to find our resource to share. And then we go out again to share it. Go back in to rest, etc. Like in sleep, we go within, but in the waking world, we go without. On the inhale, we go within. On the exhale, we go without. And I agree. Everyone knows this innately. Now we have all these preconceptions that first need to be deconstructed in order to realize what's there at heart already. Hello, dear Mason. I love that, Manuela. You share that in your heart. You love all. Within we find the source of love. Without we find everywhere to deliver that love. Alright, G to infinity. I would love to read another passage from the bucket Pema Chodran. It's a good moment for it. I concur. Where is she? There she is. Alright. This lovely Buddhist nun, let's hear some words of wisdom from her. I have made a list of all the passages we haven't read yet. And although we have read 15 Tattvamasi, we haven't read 14. So let's read number 14 together. Cultivate loving kindness toward yourself. Some people find the teachings I offer helpful because I encourage them to be kind to themselves. The kindness that I learned from my teachers and that I wished so much to convey to other people is kindness toward all qualities of our being. The qualities that are the toughest to be kind to are the painful parts, where we feel ashamed, as if we don't belong, as if we've just blown it when things are falling apart for us. Maitri, or loving kindness, means sticking with ourselves when we don't have anything, when we feel like a loser, and it becomes the basis for extending the same unconditional friendliness with others. That's number 14. Cultivate loving kindness toward yourself. Very important. Ahimsa, least harm, means that we try our best to cause the least harm to everyone. And you're part of that everyone. In fact, you're the person who you get to see the immediate results for treating yourself to some loving kindness. Thank you for listening. And thank you for suggesting that, G to infinity. And Wes, thank you for your heart me and your best team. Hare Krishna. L-Wave Rider, thank you for your, I was about to say butterflies. Fireflies. Not flies made of butter, but flies made of fire. And we should hope that the fireflies never come in contact with the butterflies, because you'll really have a problem. Thank you. And thank you, Annabels, for your tiny toe. Yippee! And JV, thank you for your finger heart. There's one for you too. Mason, you're wondering, do I have the pocket Thich Nhat Hanh? No, I don't, but that's a wonderful addition. I think when we finish the pocket Pema Chodran, I'll have to get the pocket Thich Nhat Hanh. Now, Tattvam Asi, you ask, did Tulasi Ma get special treatment today? Well, I think I saw your notification that today is a special holiday. I'm unfamiliar what the holiday is, Maybe it's some Ekadashi. But I did take good care of Tulasi Ma every day, as always. It's one of my favorite parts of my day, kneeling before her, and I did something unique today. It's Harishayani Ekadashi. Sounds like a special version. I'm really unfamiliar with the holidays of Hinduism. The philosophy, I feel pretty comfortable speaking on. This is the day that Vishnu goes to sleep for 4 months. Oh, he must become Narayan, asleep at the bottom of the ocean. But today I did give Tulasi Ma special treatment. I picked her leaves for the first time. I didn't feel comfortable picking her leaves when she was young, since she was struggling so much to live, but now she's so big I can pick some of the ones that are starting to die and give them to Vishnu, to Krishna. I set them before him along with some of her flowers. So Vishnu goes to sleep for 4 months on Harishayani Ekadashi and then wakes up on Haribodhani Ekadashi. I love that. Thank you for teaching me. And hello, Euphoria. Brave Bella, you're wondering, what music is this? Well, it's a music called Breathe With Me that I found on SoundCloud that has no copyright. And if you want an answer to where my TikToks went, if you go to the link tree in my bio, there's a frequently asked questions page, and I hope the answer there suffices. And if you have any questions about my story that I tell there, you're welcome to ask me here. Tatvamasi, you share that this period is referred to as Chatur Masha. Doesn't that just mean 4 months? I know that Chatur means 4. I don't know what Masha means though. Willie D, you're wondering, how do I cope with the end of life? Your mom is getting old and seems scared. Fortunately, it's not death that takes us away from life. It's the fear of death that takes us away from life. Similarly, if you're afraid of your mom passing, and that's her real death, but to truly be alive means that you're with her without any fear. If she is afraid, it is only because she has so much love to offer you in the world. Now is your chance to receive as much as you can. And the more that you let her into your heart, she takes birth in the womb of your heart, hollowed out by the love from hers. I think that's the miracle of mothers. It happens twice in life. The miracle is that from love, we are born from her womb. And then later in life, that's the miracle of the start of our life. But the miracle of the end of her life is that from love, she is born into your heart. Takes residence there, calls that her home. Her address is just changing. Let's be clear about this. Her address is changing from this body to your heart. It's just, she's moving. That's all. She's moving into your heart. You better make room there, make enough room. Fill it with nice, lovely furniture. Hello, Mom. Speaking of my mother. Loves the way you're wondering, where did I learn words like that? I learned them from what I feel your ears wish to hear. That your ears teach me what my mouth shall say. Because you give me the opportunity to put things in a certain way. I merely take advantage of that. Thank you, Robbie, for your heart me a few minutes ago. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your disco love. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you for your W as well. Gotta be up there as one of my favorite labial approximants. Yeah. Probably number one labial semivowel, W. Big fan. Thank you, Robbie, for your bouncing beach volleyball too. And L Wave Rider, thank you for your rose. Om Krim Kalikae Namaha. And hello, Mojka. I am doing well. How are you? Thank you for asking. L-Wave Rider, you share that you have recently done that. Your dad's transition into your heart has been hard, but he lives there. I love that. The Zanav, you ask, what is... I don't know if I'm going to be walking into something with this, but what is Rita? You have tried to understand it using definitions, but couldn't. Would you provide me a definition and maybe we could work on it together? I'm unfamiliar with this word, but I feel like I've heard of it before. Loves the way you share that I remind you of somebody, but if you tell him that about his mother, he'll scream for a while. If you don't want your mother to live in your heart, then she's not your mother. She might give herself the title of mother, but if she never loved you as one, then that title is given to someone else in your life that fulfills that role. Good night, dear brave Bella. Hello, Big Papa Productions. Thank you for your well wishes for everyone here. And Cameron, you share that your mother has always been in your heart, but you still look for her outside of you sometimes. Hey, there's nothing outside of your heart. If you see your mother outside, then that means your heart merely contains this experience. There are two hearts. There's our physical heart, and then there's our mental, our feeling heart, our wisdom heart. Just like we have a brain and we have a mind. Our brain is one thing, but our mind is so much more. And our physical heart is something, but our emotional heart is so much more. Whatever is within our heart and we see without merely means that our heart contains this experience. Not that it escaped our heart. Pleasant Moon, you share that Rita is the order of the sacrifice and the moral law of the world. Wow. That's a big concept, isn't it? The order of the sacrifice. The moral law of the world, the physical order of the world, the Rita. Yeah, that is a big concept, isn't it? Sounds like it refers to the way of life, especially as it pertains to following our duty, our dharma, as it is in making sacrifices. The Sanskrit word for sacrifices, yajna. That's a difficult word to say because there's a J and a palatal nasal right next to each other. Yajna. Sacrifice doesn't have to mean that you're throwing someone into a fire. It means that we throw ourselves into the burning fire of wisdom. It means that we forsake simple pleasures in order to realize greater purpose. For example, there's lots of sacrifice and compromise in a relationship. That we could win the argument if we really pushed. We could get our partner to cry and admit that they were wrong and we are right. And our ego feels good in the moment, finally. Or we can sacrifice that win in an argument in order to gain some higher purpose. Would you rather be a partner who wins all the arguments or a partner who loves and comforts and validates their opinion even if their experience differs from ours? That's a kind of yajna, a kind of sacrifice. And through this, we attain Rita. The world is upheld in this kind of sacrificial, compromising balance of life. That's just my understanding. You have given me this word and its definition for the first time. That's my first impression. And thank you, L-Wave Rider, for another rose. What kind of sacrifice? A sacrifice of love, where we vow to serve others and their well-being before our own ego, our own sense pleasures. And Tatvamasi, your mother's name too. Mothers are known for their yagna, aren't they? Their sacrifice that they make. I remember being really sad when I heard that my mother never finished her degree. And I said, why didn't you finish your degree? And she said, well, I wouldn't have had you. That you have definitely arisen in my life for a reason, and you've taught me more than anything I could have gained from a degree. No, it's not that we sacrifice love. It's that we sacrifice something out of love. My apologies if that was unclear. Mason Tier wondering, is my mom spiritual like me? Well, she's absolutely spiritual in her own way, of course. As we all are. Mojka, you ask, what do you sacrifice? Well, that's what we've been talking about. I feel like I'm repeating myself. What we do is we sacrifice a temporary gain for our individual self for the purpose of expanding our sense of self to include others' well-being before ours. That's what we sacrifice. Maybe there's a language barrier there. Thank you, Akiel. Mojka, you'd still like me to please explain? Okay, as you wish. Thank you for providing me with an opportunity to go deeper into this. Let's start from the top. Sacrifice has sometimes been associated with an animal being sacrificed to the gods, or even a human sacrifice, or a blood sacrifice. I don't mean any kind of ritualistic sacrifice. By the word sacrifice, all I mean is that instead of working for something temporary, we work for something long-term, even though in the moment that temporary pleasure might feel so good. Like eating a cookie or a cupcake or a slice of cake or a bag of chips. That's something that will give us instant gratification. It'll make us feel good in the moment. But speaking of sacrifice, we would be sacrificing our long-term happiness and health and well-being. You're right. In the 21st century, it should not be a sacrificial animal. I'm talking about something subtler, more abstract, a mental. Like a cookie. We sacrifice the cookie. We don't eat it, and instead we eat something healthier, something more nourishing, fulfilling. So in that example, the cookie is the sacrifice. Instead of eating a cookie right now, I'm going to eat a nice slice of bread. I don't know. That's your sacrifice. Or instead of going to the movie, we go and study tonight. Rather, pineapple, yeah. You eat something sweet like a pineapple. If you're a student, an example of a sacrifice could be that you sacrifice going out partying. And so instead of partying, you stay home and you read. And what is the mental aspect of this? Our mind, we have a thought. We sacrifice a thought in order to engage in another one. That one thought says this. But we engage in something for a higher purpose. I hope that makes sense. And thank you, L-Wave Rider, for your trio of roses and your galaxy. Hari Om Tat Sat. I like that you find the etymological connection between the Gno of Gnosis and the Know of Knowledge, foresight flash. You may be interested to know that before we pronounced Know without the K used to be pronounced. It was to Gno. Just like we'd pronounce the K in night, a knight. And in the Gnosis of the ancient Greeks as well. That ultimately stems from Sanskrit gnana, where we have a pronounced J before an N. And even today some people fail to pronounce the J, So they just say gnana. Or they don't pronounce the N and they say jhana. But the Sanskrit word for knowledge is jnana, where we get the term gnosis and to know. It was one of the main three branches of yoga: karma yoga, bhakti yoga, and jnana yoga. Karma yoga was the yoga of action. Bhakti yoga was the yoga of devotion. And jnana yoga was the yoga of knowledge. And the three of them together form the path to liberation. Those are some great examples of sacrifices, Mason. Sacrificing your addiction for sobriety. Today you sacrificed healthy food for Taco Bell. And thank you, Skitch K. And thank you, Skitch K. I think my internet disconnected me for a second. If my connection is returned, please let me know. That way I can be here with you. I'm back. Thank you, Ragnhildar. Thank you, Welly D, and dear Mama, and Mason, and Tatwa Masi. The Gnostic word for enlightenment is gnosis, which is very similar to the meaning of the Sanskrit word with the same etymology, jnani, which means entering into a state of knowing. What is there to know? Atma-vidya, self-knowledge. Brahma-vidya, ultimate knowledge. This is Paravidya, the highest kind of knowledge. If the spiritual problem, the human problem, is really a matter of ignorance, that we do not know our true nature, then knowledge is the solution. It is the remedy. And therefore, to become a jnani, to reach gnosis, is to be liberated from the problem of ignorance. Mojka, if I'm pronouncing your name right, maybe you can teach me if it is pronounced that way or not. You ask, what is our true nature? Our true nature is consciousness, in one word. Our true nature is that in which we experience the body, the mind, the world. Consciousness is the container of our experience. It refers to that witness, that awareful presence behind all of the objects of our experience. And soul is another name we have for consciousness. Soul is your true essence, and it can be described as consciousness, or awareness, or sentience. These kinds of interactive verbs in their noun form to describe a process in which there is a subject and an object. Irel, you ask a great question. Why in the Bible was the tree of knowledge so bad if knowledge is so important? It's a false kind of knowledge. The tree of knowledge of good and evil. Knowledge of good and evil is a false kind of knowledge. Why? Because anyone who claims to know what is good and what is evil, they don't truly know, because there are no such things. We have to understand the tree of knowledge of good and evil relative to our childhood, because that's what the Garden of Eden represents. The Garden of Eden is our childhood. Adam and Eve, they're the first humans. Obviously, metaphorically, because there were no first humans. So, what we mean by first humans is us in our first form, as children, as boys and girls, and anything in between or beyond. The first human is our childhood. The child is the first human. And a child walks with God. They are in a garden of love, and they are naked. They are vulnerable to the elements, but they are being protected. As they grow up, eventually they get tempted to recognize the fact that they're vulnerable, and thus grow up into adults. And as adults, we claim to know the difference between right and wrong, unlike naive children, right? Children, they do not know. They do not know who is their enemy and who is a friend. They're so ignorant, right? They need that knowledge, right? They should really eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Then they'd really be powerful in this world, wouldn't they? They wouldn't be controlled. They'd know how to hide themselves. They'd cover themselves up. They'd stay away from wrong places. This is the serpent talking. But kids are pure. They don't know the difference because there is no difference to a child. They don't consider anyone a friend or an enemy. There's just people. There's just a person there. There's someone I can hang out with if they're interested. Maybe they're unavailable. They're unavailable. Everyone is someone I can play with if they want to, but some people just don't want to play. That's okay. I'm okay being vulnerable because there's nothing to hide as a child. In this way, children are very pure, innocent. We leave the Garden of Eden by assuming knowledge of good and evil. As soon as we believe that we know the difference between right and wrong, then we are doomed to suffer, because we start looking for evil around us. Oh, you're bad. We start seeing the world in terms of black and white, of this and that. There's us versus them. You gotta know who your enemies are. And you gotta really know who your friends are. And we begin to suffer as a consequence. I think some people don't know the definition of sin, what the word sin means. It means separation from God. And it has come to connotate that which separates you. But remember, it is our perspective alone which is doing the separating. As soon as we separate good from evil, now we have separated one part of life from another. That is the sin. To be free of sin means there's no separation anymore. It means that we are all part of one brethren, one humanity, all part of one religion, one race, the human race. We can acknowledge each other's differences and our unique upbringings, but we are all in this together. There is only good and the potential for good, and we can honor and value the goodness that is there. and try to bring out good where there is an absence of it. I love that, Mason. Like last night's talk, we're all connected. We all just have different fingerprints. God gave us the choice to do good or refrain from doing good. But there is no evil. There's either goodness or the absence of goodness. We may call the absence evil, but it's a heavy, loaded term that weighs us down. There is just that which is full of love. And sometimes we can prevent ourselves from loving. We can either engage in love or not. We may call hate an absence of love, but then again, in this way, not even hate exists. Only love exists. And where there is an absence of love, we may call that hate. But all that means is there's an opportunity to love there that has gone untaken. So too, only goodness exists. There is goodness, and then there is space for goodness. Like how the dark is not a real phenomenon. There is only light. What we call as dark is really just a space for more light to thrive. So too, silence is no real sound. It is just a space for there to be sound. So too, stillness is not an action. It is the platform from which action may be done. Just as nothingness does not exist, yet we can acknowledge its reality. So too, there is presence, and then there is an absence of presence. And I like the way you put that, Kelsey. There is no such thing as darkness, only the absence of light. 0 is a number, and yet it has no value, though all other numbers get their value relative to 0. It is from the valueless that all value is born. From silence, all sound is heard. From stillness, all movement enacted. And from darkness, light is born. Starlight, wow, you share that ego isn't false or bad, but a rampant ego can wreak havoc. Can I comment on this? Indeed. Ego gets a bad rep, but only from other egos, or from its own place. We talk about the word ego as if it's a negative thing. But that's just the ego talking, isn't it? Our ego is our sense of self. And we all have a divinely given sense of selves. It's when we cross other people's boundaries. It is when we do not become inclusive with our sense of self, then the ego, our sense of self, becomes limited. But that's all the word ego means as a word. It just means our sense of self. A sense of self isn't false or wrong or something to remove. We just need to have a more inclusive sense of self. A sense of self that includes others. And user 226, you share that you think evil does exist. Just ask any forensic psychologist. Acorn theory. What is a forensic psychologist? It's someone whose purpose is to look for where something has gone wrong. They have trained their brain to look for the negative. Of course they're going to believe in it. If you give someone the power to minimize the negative, to look for what is wrong, that's all they'll see. Such is why we have such problems in military or police, is that their job trains them to look for something that's not quite right. And continuing in this perspective, no wonder they find so many problems in places where there are innocents. But if you ask any psychologist who does more than just forensics, that they help their clients look for the good within themselves, they will tell you that there is only different kinds of upbringings. People may experience trauma, and through that trauma they may develop various ways of causing further harm to others. Hurt people. There are people that cause a lot of harm to those around them, but that doesn't make anyone evil. At some point they were someone's child, someone's baby, maybe someone's little brother, little sister, and somewhere along something went wrong. But that doesn't discredit their whole psychology. One of the most unique qualities of humans is that we evolve mentally. Although it's very, very difficult for many people, and they often don't have the right resources and support group, nor do people have a lot of patience to really work through the trauma of some really traumatized people. I believe not only is it possible, but it's something we all should believe in, for the innate goodness in people. No matter who you are, there's something within you that's able to make amends to all the harm that we've done so far. Maybe not in this lifetime. And understanding in this way, we can also forgive those that have caused us harm. When we have experienced trauma, it's just easy to label it as evil and be done with. But that's the easy way out. The brave way out is to recognize that people are hurt, and it's not their fault that they're hurt. And it's not our fault that we were in a place that we were hurt by these people who were hurt too. That takes courage. It takes forgiveness. It takes a lot of trust and understanding. But I believe that's possible. And it helps us gain a holistic understanding of the world. Now, I can't imagine some of the things that forensic psychologists see on the job. There are some truly horrific things that happen in the world. Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. And for the sake of staying within TikTok's guidelines, I'm not going to talk about it. But no matter how much pain we have seen, let us try to keep our hearts open enough to understand that although there are some really sick people out there, sickness is not an innate quality, but goodness is. Sometimes we contract incurable illnesses, but the illness is not what makes a person. Just like there are many people that are addicted to various things, and through their addictions they cause many harms to come to different people. But it is the addiction which is doing, the speaking. Like when you talk to an addict and they make up all these excuses, it's not really them. It's not the person. Now it's the substance which is taking on a life of its own. Deep down, there is a precious soul within everyone, but it can get buried through the tragedy of life. And hello, dear Leah. Welcome. Thank you, Ghost, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Now, Rip Spinoza, you're wondering, do I know ancient Greek in addition to Sanskrit? No, I do not. But I know that many ancient Greek words get their origin in Sanskrit. There was a beautiful relationship between India and Greece over many centuries. And as such, they had a wonderful influence on each other's philosophies and language and art in their own unique way. Now, you're wondering, where is all my content gone? Right now I have privated it because I realized it wasn't authentic. I explored many wonderful concepts, but it is not genuinely the kind of content that I wish to put out in the world. I would start off some video trying to provoke your mind, wake you up. I would criticize some way of thinking. And this would generate many, many, many millions of views. But it wasn't sincere. Why? Because no matter how much I talked about theoretical mathematics or physics, no matter how much we discussed the nature of quantum mechanics, category theory, or various aspects of non-dual spirituality, I was not a happy person. What you didn't see is that off camera, I wouldn't fall asleep for more than 24 hours at a time. I couldn't work, I couldn't study. I had a hard time adequately feeding myself, and I was not a pleasant person to be around with my family. And I would go to parties, and I would vape, and I would get really anxious and have existential crises. If we're all moving towards peace, my videos didn't take me there. How can I expect to take any of you there also? So, I changed my perspective. Instead of trying to provoke people, instead of trying to criticize what they're doing wrong, I only wish to validate and comfort people and show them what they're doing right and how we can come to happiness without comparison of others, without fancy terminology. And I took down my videos because of this. And I was able to have a more consistent sleep schedule. I was able to finally have an appetite, befriend my anxiety, let go of my addictions. It really helps to have a positive perspective. One that is not extreme or exclusive in any way. And I apologize for the way in which I was. I only hope to make amends to that by bringing a kind of sincere and honest spirituality that I can speak from as I know it has benefited my life, and not because I'm unique in any way, but because I'm not. That what works for consciousness works for all beings because we all share the same consciousness. Though we have different minds, different bodies, different experiences, the way to deliver it is unique for sure. And if you want to learn more about that story, you can look in the link tree in my bio. And there's a frequently asked questions page there, and I've tried to write a lot of answers for questions about me. And thank you, Anna Pauls, for your trio of roses. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your quintet of them as well. Hare Krishna. Namaste, wake up and twinkle. Hello, Dimad. And thank you, Wake Up and Twinkle, for your heart me too. And Tatvamasi, thank you for your 3 roses. Jai Nisargadatta Maharaj. And Willie D, thank you for your heart me and cloud bread. Thank you, user 226, for your cap. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Wake Up and Twinkle, for your dozen roses. Hello, Ember. I imagine it's very late for many of you. And did I say hello to you yet, Gaia? Hello. There are a lot of many creative usernames here. I concur. Willie D, you ask, what do I do to entertain myself on the daily? I feel like it's my duty to entertain the universe. You know? There's no need for a show to go on in front of me when I am the show and the universe is my audience. I'm not here to have fun. I'm here to give fun. Hello, Frangai. Much love to you, John. I remember seeing those books in my school, Marcy. Series 39 Clues. People were obsessed with them. I never read, though. Do I want to talk about life? Asks Alex. There ain't nothing to talk about except for life. Then men, you ask, are older people wiser? We are born wise, and then we may lose it as we grow up. But if you grow back down into your child self, you can become wiser with age, but not with the increasing of age, with the decrease of age. If you get younger as you get older, then you will certainly become wiser. But if you only become older as you get older, then there's no hope. The wisest of the elders are those that are just like a child. They can be with children, and there's no difference. They have a different body, certainly. They can't bend and climb around on the playground, but they can absolutely play with their mind and heart. Much love, Gaia. Alex, you ask, do I think when we die we just stop existing, or do we reincarnate into something else? Both, yet neither. Yet never both nor neither. We are neither that which dies, nor that which reincarnates. Consciousness is one undivided space of experience, from which everything arises, persists for a while, and then returns to the non-manifest form. In our life we have a variety of bodies pass by. Child, adolescent, adult, elder, and the cycle repeats. We dream into a new body and it continues. Are we just entities in a body? No. Our body is within us. We are not in the body. We talk about out-of-body experiences, but there's no such thing as an in-the-body experience. Because you are never in the body. Isn't that funny, fungi? When you were little, you were like, why do we need money and jobs? Why can't we just give people what they need? It's funny. We're led to believe that children have all of the questions and that adults have all of the answers. But the older we get, we realize that adults have all of these questions. Children have all of the answers. Now, you wouldn't go to a child to ask whether you should invest in a certain stock or not. You wouldn't ask a child if umami pairs well with savory or sweet in a certain dish. But that's all worldly knowledge. Worldly knowledge may get us far in life, but it will not get us far in death. You may know exactly when to invest, when to back out. You may know how to cook the most beautiful dish. You may be able to solve higher order differential equations, predict earthquakes, realize the fine structure of the atom. You may be able to put together a house, to stitch up a heart. You may be able to predict the weather. But will any of that help us transcend our death? Can you invest your way through death? Well, actually, we can. But not in stocks or bonds, but with spiritual knowledge. Spiritual knowledge means that which cannot come to your senses, but must come from your own soul. Spiritual knowledge is that which you didn't know you knew already. It is that which can only be remembered or forgotten, but never learned or unlearned. That is true, Willie D. Our perception of time appears to speed up as we get older. You feel like childhood was its own lifetime. All it takes to have a long life is to be deeply present with everything. And children find it so easy to be deeply present in everything that they do. As we get older, we tend to forget how to be present, because it's not a skill they can teach you, but something that must come natural. And when we substitute it with unnatural means, how can we hope to become peaceful? Alley Cat, you're wondering, what makes my pupils so dilated? Do you remember that TikTok trend a few years ago? Where there was this emotionally powerful musical piece, and on the beat drop, you were asked to record your eyes and then imagine your crush kissing you. So people would record their eyes, and on the beat drop, they'd imagine their crush kissing them, and it's a good thing they didn't do that while they were driving, because if a cop pulled them over, they'd go, "What have you been smoking?" "Nothing, officer, I'm just high on life." So I'm just continually imagining my crush kissing me. Shares fungi, something like that. Good night, Mahina. Namaskar. Thank you for being with us. It is getting rather late. Tattvamasi, you share that you don't think we've talked about Buddhi Yoga here. Could we? Absolutely. But first, dear Mama JJ, you shared that you wish you had kept a journal. You've forgotten 95% or more of the details of your life. Don't worry. Everything that you need to remember, you will. You might not remember the words that you said, but you remember the feeling in which you spoke them. You might not remember how you were as a child, what toys you played with, what people were your friends. But you remember the feeling. You remember what it's like to wake up and not have responsibility, even if you don't have a memory associated with that feeling. This is the nature of experience, that we take what is needed and let go of the details which packaged those feelings, but the feelings remain. Even in those whose minds may go completely, their memory foggy, they might not recognize their own child, but for some reason they feel comfortable around them, that they could just tell them their whole life that this person is important in some way. And that's what really matters, doesn't it? That what we've experienced in our heart remains, but in our mind, it may come and go. Thank you, Randy Verified, for your rose a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Giggly Gorgeous, thank you for your flowers and paper crane. I do have a paper crane with me, actually. Or at least I did, but it fell on the ground. There we go. And thank you, Toti B. Hello. Thank you for your 11 roses. Radhe or Radhe. Thank you, Randy. Tattvamasi, you asked about Buddhi Yoga. This is the yoga of the intellect. Buddhi Yoga, in some sense, is very simple. Many religion, spiritual practices that talk about a higher power, they talk about surrendering yourself, taking refuge in that higher power. You know, practically, we can't wrap ourselves up in a box and give it to them. We can't put a bow tie on our head and walk up the staircase to heaven and say, "Here I am, God. I surrender myself to you." We can't put handcuffs around me and just lay on the ground. "Mother Earth, take me back." We can't go to the Buddha and hold his feet and say, "You take me where I need to go." But what we can do is surrender our intellect. Our Buddhi is the Sanskrit word. That we let them in by being our discernment. We develop our connection with whoever we look up to so one-pointedly that in any situation we can just ask, "What would so-and-so do?" If you surrender your intellect, you've surrendered your mind. And if you've surrendered your mind, then you've surrendered your body. Maybe it's Nisargadatta Maharaj, maybe it's the Buddha, maybe it's Jesus, maybe it's Krishna, maybe it's Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Whoever is your guiding light, let them make decisions for you. Of course, this requires having firm faith that they will not make decisions based on harm, causing harm or violence to anyone. It doesn't mean that you forgo your own intelligence, because your intelligence is necessary in order to understand what their message really is. But in a difficult situation, when we have trouble making a decision ourselves, we ask, what would Jesus do? What would Buddha do? What would, maybe it's your mother, what would my mother do? Buddhi Yoga is the process of delivering our intellect unto a higher power. And if you do that, that's all you ever have to do. I enjoyed the questions you shared, Alex. And you're halfway there to going live. Anyone here which would like to give Alex a follow? That would make me happy. Starlight Wow, you ask, can you all donate to me in another way than through TikTok gifts? TikTok won't recommend it. Since TikTok provides this platform in order for me to go live, 50% of the donation or thereabouts goes towards TikTok. So if you spend $1 on me, 50 cents goes to TikTok. If how shall I put this in a way that that validates terms and conditions? If you feel like you are supporting TikTok in other ways already, and you'd like to support me privately, then yes. Oh, it takes some creative words to put it like this. Although it's never expected, nor is it even encouraged by any means. In the link tree in my bio, I do have an icon. I think it just looks like a money sign, which is funny. I don't know why. There's a social media icon for different platforms. Like you'll see Instagram, Telegram, WhatsApp, whatever. But instead of having the PayPal logo there, there's just a money sign. Which, you know, it's symbolic. But yes, there's a PayPal there. But don't ever feel obligated by any means. I definitely don't do this for the purpose of getting anything from you. In fact, I only hope to give to you from my resources. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Jai Nisargadatta Maharaj. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your paper crane. How fast do birds breathe? I bet they must breathe pretty fast. Something like that, probably. And thank you, Giggly Gorgeous, for your flowers. Such an amazing name you have. Thank you, G2 Infinity, for reminding me to hydrate. Very fast, shares Talon. I imagine so. Thank you for being here, Abby. Abby Cyclex. That's a fun name. No matter what you are going through, you are always welcome here. And you will get through this. Frungai, you think that you recall hummingbirds breathing incredibly fast, I'm sure. I mean, they beat their wings unbelievably fast, that's for sure. 40 breaths per minute, shares Ghost. Wow. Yeah. That'd be like, you know, that's not that fast, come to think of it. Yeah, that's just like a human out of breath. Really. Some birds 80 to 100. Yeah, that faster. I bet you a hummingbird's up there. Maybe even above 100. I don't know. I'm relying on you. And thank you, Risi, for your trio of finger hearts. There's a trio of finger hearts for you too. Ghost, you share that parrots are nearly slower than humans. And they live sometimes longer than humans too. I think I met a 150-year-old parrot one time. That was crazy. We were at some farm for a field trip, and there was a parrot there who lived with the family that this farm was owned by 100 years ago. I was like, what? This whole trip we were talking about how these people ran this farm in the 1800s or whatever, and then their parrot is still alive. It's like, wow. Well, hello. In the yogic tradition, it's said that our breath rate correlates with our longevity. That animals that breathe really fast end up all their cells having divided, the telomeres on their ends of their DNA split, and they kick the bucket. But animals that live really long, you'll find they take nice deep breaths. You know, turtles, tortoises, living up to 200 years, very slow. Sharks, jellyfish, their circulatory system, or whatever the equivalent is, it runs slowly as possible. The respiratory system. Well, if that's anything to go off of, encourages us to slow our breath. And on the plus side, we get immediate benefits like activating our parasympathetic nervous system, ensuring that our body does not go into fight or flight mode, which, come to think of it, are definitely ways in which we can age quicker. If we're constantly under stress, it's no surprise that we age quicker. Breath rate is a great way of being at rest. That bird has seen some things, shares Marcy. Oh, I'm sure. Thank you, Michelle, for your rose. Qigong is amazing for that, shares Dear Mama JJ, or Qigong. Wow, Ghost, you share that glass sponges from Antarctica live 10,000 to 15,000 years old. Wow. It's amazing. Thank you, Giggly Gorgeous, for your 51 roses too. And hello, Lilymore. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you for listening, Giggly Gorgeous. Good night. Aw. Venman, you share that your doves pant when temperatures rise over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. You like to mist them and they love that. That's so sweet. Maybe I need a mister. Mister? I hardly knew her. No. I need a little spray bottle by my bed. If ever I'm getting too hot, I can just go spray my head down. Ghost, you ask, how old do I think the Earth is? At least 22 years, because that's how old my body is. And my body comes from Mother Earth. That's as far back as I can verify experientially. Physicists, they've come up with a technique where they measure the relative abundance of radioactive elements and their decay products. And because Earth has had such a history of radioactive elements just in the crust and mantle and whatever, we can compare that to what we find in asteroids. Asteroids theoretically are very similar to in composition to like the first kind of planet composition before all this evolution took place, before all the heat of the core changing things and the evolution of life that took place on Earth. Asteroids must be very similar to the early composition of the Earth. So we measure the abundance of radioisotopes in asteroids and check their decay products, compare that with the timeline we expect, and through this method, we say Earth is about 4.5 billion years. But I like the way you put that, Ghost. Perhaps what we really call Earth, given that it's from our own experience, really only comes into existence once one is born into it. And that would be true from our perspective, that we don't know of an Earth that has lasted 4.5 billion years. That's not something we've experienced. We only experience the Earth from the time we're born to the time we die. And it's that young Earth that we know throughout our life. Now, creating awareness, you ask, if a person dies, is it because it was their time to die regardless of the reason? there is something called an untimely death, where we just don't expect someone to die. Like when they're happy and healthy, but suddenly they get into a car accident, a tragic accident, or they contract an illness out of nowhere from some trip, or when someone gets killed. That's an untimely death, whereas naturally the body certainly would have lasted if it weren't for some circumstances. But from a greater point of view, perhaps even this was part of one's karma, that the conditions for the scenario to arise was something that was meant to be. I don't wish anyone a timely death. And I don't wish the family that has to go through the burden of processing that grief, a timely death to happen in their family. I need to swallow something. But that's not to say we can't make peace out of an untimely death. It's still possible to see one's life as full and vibrant, even if it was short. That they experienced the best version of life that they could, given the circumstances. Circumstances could be different. They always could. But when it comes to something that's out of our control, the only way to make peace with it is to accept it. Is it anyone's time to die? Is it everyone's time to die? It's a matter of making peace, isn't it? And for as long as the family has not made peace with it, then it was not their time. But as long as the family has made peace, then it was their time. So for me, it's a matter of peace and acceptance, not a question of predestiny or free will. I feel like we can just upset ourselves with asking the question this way, whether it was meant to be or whether it was not supposed to happen. Regardless, as long as it's something you're able to make peace with, and it's always the case if you go deep enough, then that's all that really matters. And aspects of a being will always continue. Just as when the petals of a flower fall off, they become the soil, and all of the microorganisms in the soil decompose it into the root systems and mycelium. Those very flower petals are reborn in the next flower. I'll tell you something really ridiculous. It's from the Vedas. The oldest reference we have to reincarnation is in the Rig Veda, and it goes like this. That when a person dies and they get cremated, cremation has been a big thing in the ancient world, especially in India. When a person turns into smoke, that smoke becomes nucleation points for clouds. I think I've been speaking into the wrong part of the microphone. And those clouds rain down and they nourish the soil. That fertilization becomes crop. From these crops, we eat them. And from that food, it gets turned into reproductive cells, ready to make another child. And regardless if this process is exactly how it seems, at least we can agree that death feeds into the next generation of life organically. That some of the cells in our body have been made from nutrients that have come from plants, that were nourished by soil, that have come from rains of clouds, that were one with the smoke of cremated bodies. Or if you want to cut the process, the plants have come from soil, and it is in the soil that we bury our dead also. Maybe the essence of a being carries in the exact combination of vibration of their atoms, and those vibrations carry with them into plants and animals and our reproductive cells. Who knows? But whatever constitutes a person, it cannot just evaporate into thin air. Physics has the law of conservation of information. It's even more important than the law of conservation of energy or matter. That a person has a lot of information associated with it. And if a person is described by the sum of all that information, then it just gets distributed. And it convenes, and it may concentrate once more in another form. And I love that ember. It's comforting to know that the carbon and iron in my body was made in the belly of stars. Practically everything was, except for the hydrogen. That was created by the Big Bang. Even older than that. And humans are a significant percentage hydrogen. One of the hallmarks of an organic molecule. Chain of carbons, but with hydrogen sticking out. Some oxygen and nitrogen. Oxygen fused in the heart of a star. Hydrogen fused in the thermonuclear emancipation of this universe. Now, ghost, you ask, do I believe in two types of entities? That is both really good and really bad. I believe we were talking about this in some ways earlier. And I like to look at it like this. That we can be unlimited or limited. That whenever someone is being unkind, being impatient, being rude, they're just being limited. They're limiting others, they're limiting themselves. And when someone is engaging in compassion and empathy and kindness and patience and love, they're being unlimited. They're going beyond their limitations. We all have our limited aspects, and we have our unlimited core. And there's no way to escape either. In that way, there are limited ways of living, and there are unlimited ways of living. That's very funny, Guy Prince music. That's a beautiful observation, Ben Men. Ashes rise to sky on windy days and disappear. It's almost impossible to stop ashes from rising when released. Socially scared, you ask, is the universe vengeful? Well, in the interest of alleviating the fear implied by your username, the universe is very forgiving. It's us humans that are vengeful. That's our limited aspect. But the universe, which is unlimited, has no reason to take back what has been stolen, because Nobody can steal from the universe. You could try, but where are you going to put it? Wherever you put it, that's just also part of the universe. How can you take anything away from the universe? Therefore, the universe has no reason to take anything back, because there's nowhere for it to go. You could say that the universe has a different way in which it would like for you to go about living your life. But that's only because you are a part of the universe. And the universe wants you to be a part of it, not an independent being. We are here to collaborate and be vulnerable, connect with others. If we're not doing that, then of course the universe has its inbuilt mechanisms to humble us. The universe is very humbling. But there's no reason to be scared that the universe isn't working for your benefit, since you are very much a part of it. Did I thank you, Wave Rider, for your 3 roses you sent earlier? I don't know, I'm gonna thank you again, just in case. Hare Krishna. Alright, I think it's probably a good time to begin to wrap up this live stream. It's pretty dark where I am now. The sun is certainly no longer up. I'm in my backyard. But before we go, I'd like to ask you all my question of the day. Today I'm wondering from you all, what is an affirmation when you are afraid? It could be someone else who's afraid also. Wherever there is fear, how can we affirm? Glitter Parade, you share, I am safe. I am safe. Sometimes it's as simple as that. Summer Rain, your affirmation is, I am God's child. Ember, your affirmation is, I hold the power. And Sleepy Panda Baby, you share the feeling. You share, this feeling will pass. I am calm. Or if it's hard to believe that, we can say that I will be calm. I am becoming calm. Hello, know thyself. Creating awareness, you share, everything is working out for me. All is well. That's beautiful. And thank you, Lilimor, for your rose. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Glitter Parade, you share, this fear won't last. Lilimor, you add, all is well. Ragnhildur, you share, the Lord is my shepherd. Goodbye, Manuela. Wave Rider, you share, no growth happens without discomfort. Know thyself, you share, I say there is nothing to fear, for there is no power to hurt. That's beautiful. Catherine, you share, nothing can happen without God's permission. Zana, you share, I trust the universe with all my heart. Ghost, you share that you ask your body to cleanse itself, and you ask the universe for more peace every day. Men, you share that we fear because we live every day. It's natural, but we must balance fear and relaxation. Hello, Beans on Toast. It's very early for you and it's late for me. Well, hello from across the world. Tatvamasi, you share that the universe is with you, not against. I love that, JP. You share. Thank you, universe, for giving me a chance for growth. Dear Mama JJ, you share that you think you need to work on recognizing fear. You don't affirm anything. Think you just disassociate. Oops. Affirmation can fulfill the same role that dissociation does, but without taking us away from the present moment. It's very humble of you to recognize that potential within you. That's a classic quote from FDR, Franklin D. Roosevelt. The only fear we have to fear is fear itself. Beans on Toast, you share your children arose very early today. Yeah, sometimes they do that. Robbie, you share that fear is the greatest sign you are moving in the right direction. I love that. That goes against everything that fear wants us to believe sometimes. It's a good question, Samuel. Who am I? To whom does the question occur? Horsewise, you share, the only thing to fear is fear itself. Humans worry about things that aren't going to happen. It's funny. If you catalog all of the times your mind makes up something to be afraid of, out of 100 fears, maybe one of them you could say, I told you so. But the other 99, a 1% success rate is often not nearly enough to qualify someone. You know, if you want to be a doctor, they cannot become a doctor with 1% of their medical exam. Not even close, right? Therefore, for them to have an authority to speak on medical matters, they need to have a higher success rate in their exams, and preferably a really high one, because medical health is so fragile at times. So your mind, it's running off a 1% success rate, and it's asking you to listen to it. Good grief. It's amazing how much time and energy we give to our mind's fear. And even then, that 1% chicken drumsticks you share, a broken clock is right twice a day. It could be a coincidence that you were afraid of something that actually happened. That's so funny. Hello, Alex. You're wondering, how am I so lucid? I love that you're using it in the context of being awake, because we can have lucid dreams. And it's great to be aware that we're dreaming. But how many of us are deeply aware of our waking? All I know is that I get myself into trouble when I'm not aware of this. I miss something, I drop something, I step on someone's foot, I get myself in trouble. Being aware means to be alive. Because if you live your whole life without being aware, then it's as if you didn't live at all. You can make this one moment last forever, just with the right awareness. Thank you, Maria, for your hand hearts. Here's some hand hearts for you. And I believe my phone alarm is going off. No earthquake happening. Oh, and there's the Buddha behind me. And the book we're about to read. So thank you, everyone, for playing around with this question of the day with me. L-Wave Rider, you share, for times when you are worried, you say, I walk in a circle of light, and nothing but light can enter. I love that. And good night, L-Wave Rider. And I love that too, Stephanie. Being deeply loved gives you strength. Loving deeply gives me courage. So beautiful. A quote from Lao Tzu. I like that. Let's read from this book, In Love at Ease. Everyday Spirituality with Pramukh Swami Maharaj. I hope you will enjoy this passage with me. I have learned so much from this spiritual teacher. We are almost done this book. One second. Yes, I can talk about his views on women's rights and women's power. From this section, from the 4th chapter of Embracing All, from the very book itself. Swamishri pushed back against dated customs and beliefs that women could only perform certain tasks or save us. He would reprimand elderly bhaktas who reinforced chauvinistic ideas like women have to serve or cook in the kitchen. He reminded me on several occasions that I should cook at home and give my mother time off. He would say, "Your mother has a career and works hard. She does it to provide for you and your family. You should take on meal prep and cooking so that she can rest. I remember that she has health issues as well. Serve her as you would serve me. She deserves it." In fact, there was a whole section that took many days to read about all of the things he does for women's rights. In fact, this organization that he's a part of, the BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha, has provided many different schools for education for women, because in tribal regions of Gujarat, India, have severely lacked in their appreciation of women's rights and education. And that's something I really admire about this tradition. Alright, today we are reading from the 5th chapter called At Ease. Swamishri was always at ease, just as he was in love with everyone and everything. He was always eager to serve. It is this selfless dedication that puts Swamishri at ease. In seva and bhakti, in selfless service and loving devotion, one accommodates, adjusts, and listens. One makes room for people and their personalities. Despite being the president of the organization and responsible for its development, Swamishri always made space for the views and opinions of others. He was not possessive of projects or the admiration associated with their successes. He routinely went around the room with one simple question: "What do you think?" He did not just ask as a formality, but because he knew that collective participation would only help the development of individuals involved in the project and the progress of the community. Once, while in Kolkata, Swamishri held a meeting for the celebration of a large Hindu festival. During the meeting, one of the senior volunteers was adamant that the committee approach the project in a certain way. He convinced a few others on the committee to agree with him. Several other bhaktas and sadhus, devotees and monks, including Swamishri, tried to reason. "We have no problem doing it your way, but it will cost us time and money. The project will not be effective and may lose as much as 100,000 rupees. Please reconsider." The senior volunteer was stubborn. Even when he realized that he may be wrong, it was too late for him to admit it due to his pride. Swamishri gave in and permitted him to proceed. In just a few months, Swamishri received a call about how the initiative was not as effective in helping the community and resulted in losses for the organization. One of the sadhus turned to Swamishri and proclaimed, "Swamishri, I told you this was going to happen." Swamishri replied, "I agreed so that the volunteer would not feel ignored. He will learn and not make this mistake again. I gave in because eventually it will benefit both his development and the organization. I did not want him to feel insulted or leave his seva." Swamishri was extremely strict about wisely spending and responsibly accounting for the non-profit's money. He could not stand wasting a single paisa. Swamishri accommodated the views of this adamant volunteer because he was not just preparing for a festival. He was doing bhakti and seva, loving devotion and selfless service. Swamishri cared for the bhakta's spiritual journey along with the success of an initiative. His humility and detachment allowed him to make space for others, the sign of a leader at ease. To be at ease is to share responsibilities with faith and trust, to work as a team. Swamishri carefully delegated responsibility, and once he did, he trusted people. He would not micromanage or interfere. He diligently monitored projects, but never in a way that exhibited distrust. He empowered people that served him. Several bhaktas and sadhus, devotees and monks, have shared stories of Swamishri visiting festival grounds, mandir construction sites, or cattle camps during the famines, where he made suggestions but then concluded with the following: "This is what I think. Make sure that you talk it over with your team and make an informed decision. Consult as many people as you need. You are running the day-to-day of the project and have a better understanding of the reality on the ground. I trust you to make the final call." Ishwar Charandas Swami led a team of bhaktas and sadhus that built and designed the Swaminarayan Akshardham New Delhi complexes. It was no small task, and throughout the 5-year process, Swamishri relentlessly supported. I have never worked with anyone who is as trusting as Swamishri. Once we decided on something together in a meeting, Swamishri would leave it up to me and the younger team members to deliver. It was the first time anyone on our team was building something of this scale and sophistication. Swamishri trusted us more than we trusted ourselves. This faith empowered us to complete the scale and sophistication. Swamishri trusted us more than we trusted ourselves. This faith empowered us to complete the Swamishri stood by us and watched over us, but never made us feel observed or under surveillance. Surveillance. That's not a word, is it? Surveillance. To be at ease is to move on from a project after its completion. Swamishri immersed himself into the complexities and details of the organization's many projects. He simultaneously involved others to develop their management and leadership skills. He did not hold on or lay claim to his creations. Earlier in this book, I describe how Dr. Subramanian, that's a tough name, Subramanian, I think that's how it's pronounced, performed a quintuplet bypass on Swamishri in 1998. On the 25th of November, he visited Swaminarayan Akshardham, New Delhi, in the days following its inauguration. After touring the entire complex, he asked Swamishri, like any other successful professional would, "You have worked so hard on this project. What is your next project?" Swamishri's mind and heart worked differently. "Dr. Sahib, our only project is to do bhajan, devotional singing, bhakti, loving devotion, and seva, selfless service. To spread peace, encourage harmony, and inspire others to have faith and bhakti. It is our primary, ongoing project. All that happens on the social, spiritual, and humanitarian front is a side benefit." In a matter of days, Swamishri left New Delhi for Kolkata. In the days we spent together in Kolkata, Swamishri had all but forgotten the festivities for the inauguration and the dignitaries who had come to congratulate him on the opening of Swaminarayan Akshardham, New Delhi. For him, the chapter had ended and there was no need to relive past accomplishments and applause. Swamishri's respect, detachment, and humility as a leader came from his gaze fixed upon the divine. Swamishri did not believe that he led or created. In 2003, Magan Bhai asked Swamishri, "How do you manage these 500 mandirs and this global network of bhaktas and sadhus? You are always calm and at ease." Swamishri folded his hands towards his bhakta and revealed the secret to his ease. "I do not manage them. Only God and Guru, only spiritual source and teacher are managing them. I am not doing anything. God is the all-doer. When one believes, I am doing this, and the task is not completed successfully, one feels depressed. Put in all your effort, and then leave the end result to the divine. If he chooses not to give success, then we should embrace that as well. My Guru taught me that if you carry full pots of water on your head, you will constantly feel the weight. But if you swim in the ocean, you do not feel that weight. So, I do not carry those pots on my head. I immerse myself in God and Guru, and let them bear the weight of the tasks. If one has ego and attachment, there is no end to suffering. This is how the organization is being managed. God is managing it. Swamishri did not just say this, he lived it, and he was quick to remind his disciples when they forgot. Swamishri was in Atlanta for the opening of the BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir there. It was one of the largest traditional stone Hindu mandirs outside of India, and the community was expecting several local politicians and interfaith leaders. The inauguration and Murti Pratishta ceremony were also going to be broadcast around the world. On the morning of the ceremony, Swamishri saw me standing in the corner of his room, dressed in a cream and deep orange sherwani, which is a traditional Indian attire, long coat. He called me over with his eyes. I walked over to his seat and leaned to talk to him. Yogi, why this outfit today? No white? Fancy. Swamishri, I am anchoring the global telecast on television today. Swamishri made note of what I had said and let me continue. He listened patiently, encouraging me with questions and startled expressions. After I explained the programming and our general strategy to speak to a diverse, global audience, Swamishri asked me one of the toughest questions of my life. Who is anchoring today? I straightened my back and responded, I am, along with another young lady. Swamishri asked again, Who? Me, Swamishri. Your yogi? Swamishri was not pleased. My yogi would know that God is the all-doer. He is anchoring today. Yogi will just sit on the chair. This is how I live life. You should as well. Have you forgotten everything? I folded my hands and rephrased. God is anchoring today. Swamishri's face lit up as he responded approvingly. That's it. Now, no stress, no chinta, no worries. Now you will do great. The BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha flourished under Swamishri's leadership from 1950 to 2016. During this period, Swamishri's commitment to serve was constant and consistent. In fact, the growth of the community and the projects he commenced increased exponentially between 1995 and 2010, which means that, astonishingly, between the ages of 75 to 90, Swamishri accelerated the amount of service he led and inspired globally. He did not lessen the amount of service. He did not lessen his travels or social and spiritual activities, but rather took on larger, more difficult projects and tasks to contribute to society. In 1995, at the age of 75, Swamishri inaugurated the first traditional stone mandir in the modern period outside of India in Neasden, London. In 1999, at the age of 79, Swamishri traveled to Egypt and Israel to engage in interfaith dialogue with leaders of world religions. In the year 2000, Swamishri addressed the United Nations Millennium World Peace Summit in New York City on interfaith harmony and dialogue. In 2001, at the age of 81, he engaged in a similar conversation with leaders of the Arab and Gulf countries. In 2004, at the age of 83, he inaugurated the first traditional stone mandirs in North America in Houston and Chicago. In 2005, at the age of 85, Swamishri completed the building of Swaminarayan Akshardham, New Delhi, In 2007, at the age of 87, Swamishri traveled across North America and inaugurated traditional stone mandirs in Toronto and Atlanta. In 2009, at the age of 89, Swamishri visited the tribal village of Poshina in the Sabarkantha district of Gujarat to hold spiritual assemblies and massive substance de-addiction camps. In 2011, at the age of 90, Swamishri traveled to another tribal district in Bodali, Gujarat, to inaugurate a majestic mandir, which also serves as a social support center. In 2014, at the age of 94, and despite severe health ailments, Swamishri made a trip to the United States of America to inaugurate BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir in Robbinsville, New Jersey, and lay the foundation for the Swaminarayan Akshardham to be located there. Amid these mandir inaugurations, special tours, and humanitarian efforts, Swamishri met hundreds of thousands of devotees, read and responded to a record number of their letters, answered their phone calls, and spoke to them in thousands of sabhas, assemblies. All with the same zeal and excitement as he had exhibited in the past. And let's pause our reading of In Love at ease there for now. A good reminder that the older one gets, it is not necessarily the case that we have to live a lesser and less impactful life. We can continue to do great things all the way to the time in which we say goodbye to our body. Another wonderful series of stories from the life of Pramukh Swami. Thank you for listening. For those who are curious and might not know, this was a book given to me by one of our viewers. Although I did not grow up in this community, nor do I feel identified or affiliated with this organization, I love that they shared this book with me because they did grow up in it, and it meant something to them, and it would really mean a lot for them for me to share it here. I love exploring different faiths, different traditions, different ways of life, and I truly believe that if we keep an open mind and an open heart, then we can see the universal essence of spirituality within all faiths, within all traditions. Thank you, Dob Darker, for your heart me a few minutes ago. And Diana, thank you for your heart me and team bracelet. Hare Krishna. And Ron, namaste. Thank you for your heart me. So we are coming to the end of today's Sangha. And hello, Orla. Yes, I have caught you too. So I thank you all for being here. It is an honor as always. May all beings in the world be happy. With that, I think we can close with a short guided meditation. As I hadn't prepared a mantra meditation, we can just go through a guided meditation. Maybe this can be a space and a time for you to let go of any tension in your body and stress in your mind. Come to honor and acknowledge and validate whatever we're feeling. And just relax together before we go. Good night, sweet Mia. And thank you, Rabi, for your pair of best teams. Hare Krishna and Hybrid Jen. Thank you for your trio of fires. Radhe Radhe. So, bring your attention to your breath and get into any position that feels comfortable for you. No need to contort yourself into any shape. No need to put yourself into a pretzel physically or mentally. One of the most common challenges of meditation is that we think, in general, but that's not the end of the sentence. We think about how we should be meditating. We think about how we should be happy, how we should be peaceful. And we think about how we shouldn't be stressed, or shouldn't be sitting like this, or shouldn't be thinking like this. Meditation is all about dropping the shoulds and should nots. That there is no way that anyone, especially yourself, should be or shouldn't be. We all have our unique experiences of life. And there's no part of that which we shouldn't have experienced. And when it comes to other people's experiences, none of that we should experience either. Just as we are in this moment is enough, and it helps to be open. Recognizing that there is suffering. We can't ignore it. We can't hide it or put a pink bow tie on it, call it something that it's not. And that's okay, because this experience of difficulty is but an invitation that you can still live deeply, even when there is loss. We all have aspects of ourselves that we're continuing to work on. As long as we are open to that change within ourselves, then it doesn't matter where you are on the path. You are right where you need to be in this moment. There may be many traumas needing to be healed from. There might be many bad habits waiting to be kicked. There might be impatience. We might hold grudges. There might be guilt, regret, sadness. We can be ignorant. But it's all a part of being a person. And us people are mixed bags. We have qualities that can be improved upon. and qualities that have already seen such wonderful growth and blossoming. We are always learning and growing, and if we are committed to that, then you can affirm yourself as you are right now. You don't have anyone to be in the future, nor anyone to avoid in the past. As you are in this instant, you are enough. You have all of the potential for change inside you. And that potential is not measured by what results we may or may not have come to fruition with. There is no measure to your potential. It has no beginning, and it has no end. You are capable of great things, but that doesn't mean you're not great until they become expressed, because all that greatness was in you the whole time. So too, you are capable of expressing so much beauty, but that doesn't mean you are not beautiful until it is recognized. When we are recognized for our beauty, it is merely an acknowledgement of what has been inside us the whole time. We are, in essence, Source. We are the unmanifest potential. Because of that infinitude within you, we cannot expect ourselves to be able to do everything that we're capable of. Being infinite means that we can do one thing at a time, but it will always be begging for another expression. That which is beyond the finite, that which you are at core, is a kind of source of beauty, of love. It will always have more. You can love with all your heart, but our heart will continue to grow and hold even more. We can give and serve, but there will always be more to give, more to serve. There are challenges in our life, not to test us, not to try to defeat us, not to punish us, not to minimize us, nor break us down, but to inspire us, to give us something worth fighting for, to give us a chance to feel like we apply our all. For opportune moments of the practice of patience, of compassion, of understanding. And through all of that, we grow. In this way, there is no wrong way to be. As long as we continue with this in our hearts and minds. We can forgive ourselves, and we can forgive others, because nothing can take you away from life when you are committed to living, when you are committed to understanding, growing, learning, evolving. Your perfect state is one which is dynamic, not at the end of a journey, but one from where so many journeys begin. Thank you for meditating on this with me. I hope it has helped. And if your eyes were closed, you can open them. You can stretch your limbs. You can blink or rub your hands together. Thank you. Thank you, Bobby So, for your heart meet, your team bracelet, your best team, and your cheer you up. Hari Om Tat Sat. Marlon, you shared that you missed most of the meditation. Well, that's okay. Not like any of this is something you don't already know deep down. And besides, the recording of this live is always going to be posted to Yamsox Lives, my YouTube channel, or alternatives, linked in the link tree in my bio. And that includes the clips, like the meditations and the readings. They have their own dedicated playlists there, so you can never miss out. But it's nice to see you, Marlon. Thank you, Ragnhildur, for your trio of roses. Jai Siddharam. And Hybrid Gen, thank you for your balloons and disco love. Oh, good morning, Ivan F. from Greece. And good night to myself, as it's time to wrap things up. That's okay, Marlon. You may have missed the session being live, but even the recordings have a kind of presence to them. But there's always next time too. Tomorrow. Yes. Okay. I am going to go inside, bring all my gear in. Thank you for being here. May this live stream be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Sham, Radhe Sham, Sham Sham, Radhe Radhe. May you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment. I'm going to go now. Namaste.